Now, we have two different ideas, you know, both of them. One is Bill Gates, another one is Elon Musk. Bill Gates saying office meetings will be in the metaverse within 3 years. It's very sharp, very clearly is explained. However, Elon Musk saying, I don't see some strapping and bridging screen to their face all day and not wanting to ever leave. Elon Musk, I have listened to his video, he was saying, this is very strange for me to bring. Normally, when we are closing the TV, we are saying, okay, it should be far away from the TV because of your eyes will be a problem. But now you are saying you bring the one device on very close to your eyes. How it is logical? And I don't support this one, he's saying. However, some different people, CEO, Microsoft CEO also supporting metaverse, this head glass. They're saying it's also the future of the technology, future of the internet. That's why it's very important for our future technology. And it is very clear, the two different ideas. Yes, metaverse in some important companies, you can see different companies' name. They are also in the metaverse land. And actually, we do not have just metaverse area. We have, today I checked, it was 85 different metaverse places. Now I will show you after this slideshow. And you can see the most popular metaverse place is Sandbox and Decentraland. Those are the place of name of the metaverse. You can go to inside this Sandbox and buy for you some place, some building, some area, some cities with make payment. It is like it is a virtual world. Like thing we are on the earth and we are buying one building for us. We are paying. And this also same in metaverse. You are entering in the place that suppose Sandbox is one of the metaverse name. You are entering this place. I want to buy Nigerian country or some of place in Abuja. Then you are making payment. Payment is not very cheap. It's very expensive, and like $200. Sorry, $200,000, not one. $200,000. And another name is Decentraland. This is also one of the popular name for metaverse. And you can see Nike, Coca-Cola, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft. They also they have both some land in Sandbox and Decentraland. And another interesting view. According to Mike Kinsey, the market value of the metaverse will be reached 5 trillion by 2030. It's huge money. Similarly, consulting from Gartner predict that 2026, at least quarter of the world's population will spend at least 1 hour a day in the metaverse world. It is very interesting. They are not simple people. They have very, very intelligent people, and they are giving this view to people in 2026, at least 1 hour you will spend in virtual world. And now we are in 2023. So let's move next. As I said, we do not have just metaverse area. We have varieties of metaverse places. You can see now today I have checked the most popular one is other side. Second one is the Sandbox. Every day is changing. Some become popular. You are buying some place, you are paying money, you are investing. According to everything is changing. Now you can see before Decentraland it was second position. Now it became third position. Today I checked in morning time, and I tried. And you can see the last one is 85, which they are published. Maybe you cannot see very well. Meta Place, luxury properties. This is the last one. As a metaverse, we do not have just one like Earth. We are living here. No, we have varieties of metaverse area. Neural is also very strange, very interesting. We will understand that thanks to the metaverse, we will take the internet out of 3D screen and move to 3D digital universe. Now we are using internet, it is normally 3D. But whenever you are entering virtual reality in metaverse, this internet became 3D shapes. Mean you can look at the object in every side of the 360, as you can see. In fact, the next step will be to enrich the auditory, olfactory, and tactile processes, namely the sensory experience with the neural link style brain chips, because interaction can be sent and direct signals to your brain. It says that there will be neural link behind your ear. Whenever you put this chip behind your ear and you are using your headset, suppose in another country, they are also using handset. When you are head shaking in virtual reality, you will feel that. that you are head shaking. It will give you this signal to you through the neural link. Maybe with your smelling, you can feel through this neural link, or any other technology can improve whenever you head shake, or you can, like, you will feel that you are in same place. Now I am looking you, and I feel that we are same place. In virtual reality, also through the neural link with one small chip behind your ear, it will give you this feeling. Now we are far away from our country, and I am talking with my parents. That's about through this headset, and we are in same table and try to communicate. We do not feel that we are far from each other. It will give this feeling to us that yes, we are together in same table. I think I'm talking too much. If you have any question, you can ask me. Sorry, I forget to ask. Maybe end of the slideshow, you can ask your question. Metaverse in education. Now we are diving in education. Yes, this is also very interesting. Recently, I am aware about this scholarship, Metaverse scholarship. I don't know the voice is clear or not. Metaverse scholarship. Haliç University, Haliç University is in Turkey, is giving 100 students have full scholarship. You can see the scholarship, 1,000 of almost per students, 6,000 or $7,000. They are giving scholarship for students each who are professional in AR, augmented reality, virtual reality, and NFT. NFT means is one of the type of money. Whenever you are going to sandbox or decentralized, if you want to buy some lands, you are using NFT, non-fungible tokens. As far as I am aware about it, you are giving this token and you are buying sand or place for yourself in different metaverse. And Haliç University, they are giving scholarship. If you are interested, maybe you can apply this scholarship, and most probably they will check your talent, and if you are really interested, you will get scholarship. Metaverse class in England. One of the picture you can see, students are in one room and they are trying to communicate, maybe playing game, maybe some of them using different activities and in same place. Maybe now they are looking in different places, but maybe they are in same table and they are communicating and interacting with each other. This is one of the school, actually this school name. And I have a video about this school. If possible, I would like to show to you. It's really very interesting. This one. Metaverse school.
Would you send your kids to this metaverse school, where pupils don't just learn about planets, they play with them?
Okay, that Saturn is way too big.
And they don't just read about hearts, they enter them.
And you can see the flow of blood through it, and you can understand the chambers and the valves. It's literally walk through a heart.
Redham House School in England is trialling teaching children in the metaverse, using VR headsets to dive deeper into the subjects they're studying.
We've used virtual reality across every subject as part of our pilot for virtual reality. Some of the most impressive things we can do are science experiments that would otherwise be impossible or too dangerous to do in a classroom.
Saskia and Alex are metaverse students and have been taking part in subjects from science to history, art and geography.
Really cool how I got to kind of put the heart in a different place, because if you were in a normal classroom, you can't do that.
Because in a normal classroom, if I went up to a human heart, I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
Yeah.
But in the metaverse, in the classrooms, it's like you're not holding anything, but you actually are.
Because the digital version of Redham House School is a virtual location, the lessons are accessible for students anywhere in the world. The Metaverse School is being developed by Inspired Education Group. Nathan O'Grady is project lead.
But we can also use it in subjects like geography to have an instantaneous field trip anywhere in the world. We've used it in history to go back in time, experience things like World War II from the ground, and understand what those atmospheres were like.
We were doing a space topic, and that was perfect. So we learned about the solar system, planets, what's a star, what's a satellite. That's a good setting. The retention is fantastic. Once they've seen something, they'll remember it. and there's a deeper understanding because they can manipulate an object, they can see it from all sides, they can see how it works, they can see the function, and so they really get a deeper, better understanding.
Yes, as you can see, it's very clear now. The world is going to dive in metaverse, and you can see metaverse class is also very interesting. Students, all students, they are communicating with each other through headset. As I said, this is one of the class in England. They are using, all students, they have headsets, and just all classes are through headset. They are doing these activities like geography, biology, and later on I will show you some videos which we have done with our students. I'm going to continue. Okay, this is, as I said, one of the table, and different people through headset they come together and communicate with each other. Already I mentioned about it. One of the picture, they are diving into codings and try to, I think this is a connection problem. Okay, one of the future class app is giving a lot of facility for teachers and to convey their information to students. You can see future class lessons. We have chemistry, physics, and other subjects. You can find activities. You can enter in the future class and try to demonstrate your class to students. This is also one of the app which recently they built. You can see this is related chemistry subject, reaction balancing, oxygen escape room. This is what in chemistry subject you can see. Again, chemistry like chemical bond, atomic reaction. And this is for physics subject. You can see electricity circuit, nuclear reactions. Those subjects, those activity you can see in your subjects. Very easy to reach this app. Another one is writing, let's suppose, different subject, partner app, ABC Paint. It's still not released, but coming soon. I mean, they are working on it. People are going to dive metaverse very seriously. I think this is better. Oh. Yes, I think we can continue with this time. Metaverse in NTIC, what did we do till now? And most probably you are aware about it through social media. We try to publish. And our main target is not just do those things in Abuja. Also, we have sent all states some headsets. They have it. Maybe, I don't know, you are aware about it or not, but all schools, they have headsets. And later on, they will increase the number of headsets. And maybe in 5 or 10 years later, people that just, they will communicate with each other through this headset. And our school, all states, they will be having headsets. So this is another activity. Yes, last year, actually I was a teacher at that time, and we did one competition like Metaverse. That time it was not that much famous, but we did as a departmental competition, and you can see our students, how they are very genius, and they have things like this, and try to participate in this competition. And I do not know from which states, but it is really wonderful design. This is another picture from our students. This is also from last year activities, departmental competition. This picture. So let's see another picture. This is also for chemistry laboratory and another activity which they have participated last year. So playing game is one of the favorite activity for students. They would like to play game, finish one game and start next game. They like too much, but we have to involve them in class too. Of course, playing is very important, but besides this one, we have to inject, how to study through this headset. Now in the hostels, they have a headset, but most probably they are playing games. Also, they are interested in games. But later on, of course, when application is increased, then students, they will understand the importance of headset. And beside the game, they are trying to search, enter the YouTube and watch 3D videos related with their subjects. Another picture. This is also actually in the headset. Whenever you do any actions, this is following your action. You can see exactly, maybe not same, but it's very almost close your steps. Whenever you are in the box area, if you are fighting, they are following your steps. If you are kick, they will follow. Otherwise, I mean, it's actually like reality which you are fighting. This is also another activity. Yes, as I said, metaverse in NTIC. Most probably you are aware about Techno Hub, which are under construction now. You can see the center of 3 schools or 4 schools. In most probably for New Year, for a new academic session, it will be completed. Maybe partially will be completed, but later on maybe we can improve and put some different technology devices, and also very important for our technology future. Our main target to create like this kind of place for our students. Whenever they want to play, it will be very good for them, and try to do under the music and their activities. Another picture. This is also same which I mentioned before. Yes, I want to come our last year we did virtual reality meeting with our computer teachers. If there is some computer teachers, they are most probably they are remember this. And 13 people, they were in our meeting. Just I was using headset, another one they were using the computer, and we tried to do our meeting through this virtual reality. And you can see the space and place is very clear and very interesting. This picture comes from one of my teachers. I don't know if he's around or not. He sent me this picture. This is HOD meeting with some HODs like Math, English, Mr. Rufai, Mr. Kane, that we come together and we try to find out different activities. What can we do? How can we improve virtual reality within our school? And we did actually 3-4 meetings, and this is one of the pictures from the meeting. Math, English teacher. Thank you so much for them again. One picture from my computer department, virtual reality. This is from general picture. As I mentioned about Techno Hub, actually we are going to have virtual reality room, and it's very important for us. Now we will be having 25 headsets, and place is very big. I hope it will be very interesting for all country, maybe for Nigerian people. It is as a sample, people they can come and see this area. It is very good advertisement for our school, I think. And I hope later on it will shift another states like this kind of place. And this is our one of the agendas. And you can see beside this one, Techno Hub, robotics and codings like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and Python languages. We are going to convey those information to our students. And there will be conference for Mr. Isaiah already talked about this one. I don't want to go more. This was the project of our Techno Hub. You can see seminar hall, robotic lab, VR lab, and artificial intelligence lab. Our main target is this one. This is the place, some picture I took last week. Still under construction, as I said. I hope we will finish at least some part of the Techno Hub in this before the new academic session. So let's. Now those are my videos. This is my slideshow. Thank you so much. I want to show some videos which we have done with our HODs with or some, let me see, metaverse. I think it's here. Yes, you can see biology. Whenever you are wearing headsets through YouTube, whenever you enter click the YouTube, you can find 360 videos through this headset. It will be fantastic. Let me open for you how it's showing. Okay, maybe voice sound problem. It's okay. Just if you see.
So let's start.
Organelles are the specialized parts of
Now
a
this
cell
is
that have
actually this is my
jobs
headset.
to
Through my
perform.
headset, I have done my recording.
Start with the nucleus, the control center of the cell.
According of my movement is turning right, left. I can go forward,
DNA,
enter
or genetic
in detail.
material. The nucleus also contains a nucleolus, which is a structure where ribosomes are made. Ribosomes may wander freely within the cytoplasm or attach to the endoplasmic reticulum, sometimes abbreviated as ER. Proteins and other materials emerge from the endoplasmic reticulum in small vesicles.
This is one of the
where
video I
Golgi
would like to show another
apparatus,
video
sometimes
just
called the Golgi
related
body,
with biology. So
the
we have
mitochondria is an organelle that is the
like human anatomy. Let me show this video to you.
Hello everyone, how
I
are
would
you
like
doing
to-
today? Are you closer?
Yes, this is one of the application
So
in the
let's
system.
click with the start.
Oh, yeah,
So
I'm
let's
talking.
go to human anatomy. So you
This
can
is human
see
anatomy. You can see
here,
skeleton.
We have a skeleton here. And my
You can
left
choose variety
side,
types
you
of
can see variety
human parts.
of human anatomy. So let's click one of them and try to analyze it. So you can see digestive human body. So that click here, and we are going to see
The digestive part
So let's
will be
go
appear.
back and try to analyze digestive part. So you can see here stomach. Just with one click, I can push it and now close it to yourself.
We can make it
Now I can
approach yourself and make it far from yourself. It's very, very
So
interesting.
here I can
Understand biology, chemistry.
So it goes
It's
to
very
a
good
liver,
opportunity for
just
students.
With one click, brought it back. It's really fabulous. Now let's try to select this as another part.
Beside this one, let me open another video which we
this
have
part
done.
of body.
Last HOD meeting, I would like to show
Everyone,
something.
I'm now with you. It's called 4 or 6. What
I
you
think
want?
Mr. Kennedy is solving math question. Our math HOD.
Okay, I'm seeing the same question on my own. I'm seeing it now.
It
Mr.
will
Kennedy,
our
can you see it?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Then Mr. Rufa, let's continue. So this
Okay,
question-
I'm picking green. 4x plus 21. 4x is equals to 21 plus 7. Then it will give me 4x is equals to 28. Then x will give me 28 divided
very
by
simple,
4.
very beautiful, really explanation, very nice, and students they can do by themselves.
Now this is my.
question by
Give
yourself.
yourself a problem.
This
and
is
solve it.
one use one
The
from
problem
my
is-
headset, one from computer
on my
HOD,
own
one is
board here,
from English
you can
HOD
work
view. Three
question
different views
everything.
we
You
have.
have
We can see.
middle part. You can shift the board to the middle part.
Yeah. Oh,
So in
This is another question
power of
from
1 over
Mr. Kende. What is the question? I don't know.
multiplied
I don't. X. Green right?
Yes, this is the solution of question. He did very well.
Then remove.
And beside this one, I have one more video.
Two.
Which one?
12.
Planet. Yes, this also I would like to show. You can see this is inside the, when I click the YouTube, it will send me amazing place, and you can look at around and see the planets. And lastly, I want to show one general video, which is our last video for presentation. I think volume problem. Okay. Anyway, sometimes you can see through headset, you can analyze, click any planet and try to watch the movements. This is the future of the education. Really, it's very interesting. You can dive anywhere through this headset and reach anything what you want. And this was my last presentation. Thank you so much.
Hello, teachers. You want to show the lesson?
Yes, this teacher, I forget to say this one. I would like to invite one from male teacher, one from female teacher to use our headset. Which, if you have voluntary teachers, you can come on stage.
We need a woman now. A lady, please volunteer to come and experience VR through the headset. Please, a round of applause for her.
Now we can see our friend's screen. He's in the virtual reality, but of course, maybe it's difficult to control it. I will try to control from here. It is difficult to control this side. Maybe, can you see the X, Y? Maybe you can click from there. This is first time to use. It's very difficult. I can understand them. Whenever I was scared of this one, how to use this. And of course, gradually we improved, and it's not very difficult. Now we can see anything he can do. Have you done yours, Abba? Is it okay? Okay, we can see it's very simple, very beautiful. Whenever we have any activity with our students, I can demonstrate on smartboard, and remain student, they can see it whenever we are entering in biology class. And I would like to show cells, and I'm entering the cell. Remain student, they can see and watch what I am doing. Okay, but I think it's okay because of the network problem. Maybe it's not looking. You can see YouTube. You can enter anything. You can do any activity. I think we should have huge clap for them. They are very brave. I was not prefer this one. It was very difficult for me.
Okay, please give our volunteers another round of applause. And then a louder one for our presenter. This man taught me some things about this metaverse, and probably some of you heard my voice. I've really learned a lot through him. And what I want to leave us with is this. I said it yesterday, that we should be conversant with this technology. A lot of things are coming up. And those of us who would not be able to, we would not be flexible enough to use these technological devices, will probably find it difficult coping in our classrooms. You end up praying like me that time. You pray and sweat. But for those that would do, you still end up praying like me. You pray and smile. It is your choice. But I'll leave us with one thing I said on the screen there. If you can, these things are not so difficult. If you can use your phones very well, especially your Android phones, or for those that use Apple phones, iOS, you will actually be able to manage and manipulate these technological devices. But you should give yourself problems and then solve it. That way, you'll be able to use this. Thank you very much for listening. We have come to the end of this session. We are going to have a long break. Please come back at 10 for the next presentation. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful and refreshing period. And please, men, this time, please, this time, let us be serious. Men, wait. Wait, I'm begging you now. Please, let the women leave first. I understand. Someone told me something this morning. I understand. But please, let us just do it. Thank you very much, men. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. And women, please make it easy for us and go on time.
Calculate dependency ratio. Dependency ratio equals to dependent population over independent population. Equals to dependent population over independent population. Equals to dependent population over independent population. Independent population are the working class people who can provide for themselves, and the dependent population. Dependent population are the people who rely on the working class for their needs because they have to eat. It's all the day. We got 3 people walking over 6 guys who are walking. Now give us 1:2. 1:2. 1:2. 1:2. That's how we calculate dependency ratio. That's how the way we calculate it. Oh, make I always know. Now be solving. Oh, now we solving. Oh, I give it up.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I can only hear myself. I can't hear no one other person than me. If you know you are in this workshop place, I need your attention. We just played a video now. I want to know if you actually listen to the video. I want to know. You can raise up your hand if you actually listen to the video. Oh, nobody? Oh, okay. If you listen to the video, then I need the title of that song. Nobody? Oh. Somebody is here talking. Sometimes females, they take up somehow and they beat our men. Let's see. Oh, she said growth.
Population.
Somebody said population. So it's time for men now. If you really want to show that you are actual men, I need somebody.
Dependency ratio. Dependency ratio.
Dependency ratio. Can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much. You are all welcome to this year workshop. Thank you very much. Okay. The title is Multimedia and Assessment. Multimedia and Assessment. But I will ask just one question. We have to be on this page, on the same page, before we move. Sorry. Now, that is my question. These two concepts, are they really related? Are they connected? We have to be on the same page before we move on. Multimedia and assessment, are they related? If you know that they are not related, let me see your hands. No cheating. One person said they are not related. If they are related, let me see your hands. Oh, only very few persons. So among those who raised their hands, this actually is not a good quiz. Where you have out of 100, 80 are not attempting at all. One person saying yes, 2 persons saying no. Are they related? We are still finding the answer. Among those who said yes, we need somebody to justify. We need somebody to justify.
They are related because children nowadays learn with what they watch and what they see. It helps to arouse their memory towards learning.
Can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much. Let's move on. Outline 1, the conceptual meaning. 2, the elements of multimedia, usefulness, and applications. These are just few things that we'll be talking about in the course of this program. Now, the definition is multimedia. It's just like a link, an interface between e-medium and the process that leads to learning. We've listened to Metaverse lectures, and he was able to link the application of Metaverse into education. That is not just to play for fun, but students can actually get simulation, be in as if they are in the actual situation, touching the moon, the sun, and trying to analyze the, I don't know what we call the organs in our body. So that means that they are related. The elements, we use this often in the classroom. We have the dynamic one, which means that it's flexible in terms of the audio, the video, right? It's not still like picture. The other one is static, like picture, like text. You cannot change them. They are not flexible. They are rigid. That's why they are static. These are the elements of multimedia. Now, the importance of multimedia. Why do we use multimedia, particularly in our classroom? 1, to allow students to demonstrate their learning. They can demonstrate their learning through multimedia. Also, they can apply knowledge. And as well show their creativity. It also allows us to engage our students. We talk about personalized learning. Nobody should be left out in the classroom. You need to attend to every student. So if you bring multimedia into the classroom, your student will be grossly engaged. And also the issue of assessment. So when you play a video, you should not be played for fun. You should find a way of this student tracking some of the series in the videos. So assessment comes in to assess their knowledge and skill in a challenging way. These two will set tone for what we want to do. Of course, we can summarize this in 3 aspects. The first one is interaction. Use multimedia in the classroom to create interaction. Use it to create interaction. Secondly, you can use it to assess your students, how much they know. How much skill can they apply? Then you can use it to get feedback. Yesterday, in one of the lectures, they talk about a particular circle that has to do with interaction, assessment, and feedback. These three key components are very vital in learning. Very vital in learning. Now, let's take them one after the other and see how they can be applied. As a teacher who is a facilitator, I'm not talking about instructor. Don't instruct students, facilitate them to learn. Be a guide. Assist your student to create content like videos. It can be short documentaries, it can be news clip, it can be short movies. Like the one we play now, it was a production of our SS2 students during the departmental competition. So I saw that skill in them, and I nurture the skill together with my teacher, Mr. Femi. Where are you? Mr. Femi, Mr. Fis, and Mr. Alabi. If you are here, please stand up. If you are here, stand up. Yes, they did their best. So these are our teachers who assisted me to produce that song together with the two students. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. This borders on the fact that everything cannot be done in the classroom. If you want to use multimedia, there are some of them that will take you outside the classroom before you can get results. There are some of them, not everything that, when you look at it, some of them are applicable in the classroom, some outside classroom. So this competition won a prize, and actually the first position. So we are trying to put it on YouTube too, to encourage them. If it is that is the only thing they know how to do best, we need to assist them. We need to assist them. So we can move on. Assist them to make good presentations in form of speeches, in form of debates. We don't see much of debates in our schools. It's not necessary that it's in your classroom. Sometimes we have free periods. Sometimes we say revision period. Why can't you take 2 periods to organize a debate? You are taking 4 arms of SS1. There's nothing stopping you from organizing a debate for the 4 arms of that class. So we need to take this challenge as teacher. Assist your student to create 3D projects. Yes, from 2D metamorphose into 3D. Assist them to create a kind of drawing, painting. Some of them are skilled in that. Don't bury that skill. It is not only about letters. When you identify drawing skill, and some students try to nurture the skill. These kind of things can be equally projects. When you see that a student is not optimal in terms of the score of a particular exams, you can task the student to do painting or drawing and at least calibrate that mark into the exams. That is what they do overseas. Everything is not about book. You need to identify the talent of your student and nurture them and try to appreciate them in that line. We have website design, we have graphics, which we have done. I know computer science department has done this in their departmental competition, including graphics. This one is talking about interaction, promoting your students to the greater height. This slide is talking about assessment. Now, since we have agreed that we can relate multimedia with assessment, we can use interactive quizzes. Some of us have learned about this. I'm sure that by the time we leave this workshop, we will go home with knowing many things about ICT. Like quizzes, like Quizlets, like Kahoot, you can use them to assess your students. You can assign, if it's not done in the school, you can assign them like assignments. You can do online quiz for them in the classroom, equally also, or outside the classroom. Let's block those free periods that we are not using for anything to engage our students in this kind of platform. We have Edu app, like Khan Academic, blog. I have a blog. In our department, we have a blog. Yes, I don't know. Do we have anybody in this our department that has a blog? In blog, you can post content. Students can go there and read. So we have one. It's equally important. Google Form or U-Lessons. It's an application that can assist students to learn. Then simulation. Simulation. There are two types of simulation. I've been privileged to see what they do in piloting school, the aviation. Before they fly, you know, a plane is an asset and should not be buried by a pilot. They may be deceiving you that they are bereaved when they lost pilot and the crew. But the asset sometimes give them more pains. So before a pilot could fly a plane, they put that pilot in a simulator. And the pilot will be in a mood as if he's in the, on the sky flying. All obstacles that he will meet on the sky will come his way. They put him in a reality mood. And equally also, in mathematics and others subjects, we have simulation. An equation, you could write an equation and change some variables, and you see that the diagram changes. The slope will change. Mathematics, are you here? Yes. So we need to find all these things and integrate them as mode of assessment for our students. So if you call a student or you ask them, okay, if I substitute this variable with 3 now, what will be the answer? By the time you check around and you've given the answer, you put the 3 and you will see the direction of the answer. You can use it to assess also. So that is about assessment. We have talked about the second one. The third one, you can use it to get feedback. The English department and other departments too. You can do a kind of recording, right, through podcast and send to your student. The advantage of this is that students get to listen to this over and over and over. They listen to them. It can be the feedback about a particular, maybe composition, letter writing, or particular thing they did in the classroom, and you are trying to give feedback. Maybe it will not be very easy for you to write all your corrections and everything. You can do a podcast for students to listen to over and over so that they will be able to do their correction. Then online generated data. Online. If you do quiz, Kahoot, Quizlets, and this, there's an aspect there that you have reports. And you are going to see, maybe we are going to demonstrate for that number of people who are able to join us. We'll do that. So we can see this. These are students who have entered for quiz, and these are their positions. They are all exposed to the same question, but there are key things that distinguish them. We call it RAS. R-A-S. How reflective that individual is to the question, very quickly. 2, how accurate is the answer that individual is giving. And the third one is the speed with which that person clicks on the button. 2 persons can get, or 3 or 4 can get correct answers. But computer will filter based on these 3 things. That is what they use majorly in online quiz that we watch. So computer online generated data, by the time you assess, we are going to do that today. Learning by doing, application of knowledge. We have talked enough. Learning by doing. That's according to the foremost economist, John Dewey. What I hear sometimes, I may forget. What I see sometimes, I may not be able to reflect through and remember. But if I do that thing myself, it's there forever for me to remember. I want to ask some questions. Permit me, if I had my own way, it would have been a roundtable workshop of no more than 5, so that I will be able to call table by table. But nevertheless, we can still go on. Which one is more engaging? Panel A or panel B? Which one of the 2 is more engaging? Oh. Panel A here, yes. Panel B, yes. Panel B, okay. B, yes, okay. Why is it that A is not engaging? Of course, we have about how many number of hands raising up, very eager to answer the questions. Why is it that A is not engaging? Yes, I need that defense to that. Why is it that A is not engaging? Yes, somebody, you need to speak to Mike, please. Okay, thank you.
Well, in my opinion, I believe in A, not everybody will get the opportunity to respond to the question. In B, we can see that someone is having the problem. So I assume that every other person in the class is also solving the problem as the subject captured.
Yes, he's correct. We talk about personalized learning. We are going to grow to that. Maybe in the next 2 years, our students will be using tab. Then we will go full-blown on personalized learning. For every question raised, every student should be given opportunity to attempt. In panel A, what guarantees that that individual you call, right, or others that you did not call, will actually say the same thing that is correct that that individual you call said? There's no guarantee. As they are raising up their hand, some of them have incorrect answer, some of them have correct answer, but you are not giving them that opportunity. So, panel B is the correct answer, because every student that has a tab can click and respond to the question. Well, you are wondering, we don't use tab. But in your class, you should do what we call spontaneous assessment. That the student can give you maybe 1-line answer or 1 word or 2 words. Or 2 words. You should do spontaneous assessment that you can scan through as you are going. Yes, like show me. They can display a card to show the answer and you scan through to know. It's not necessary to say you are wrong, but just prove the correct answer. That individual will know that he was wrong and we take correction there. So we can use our notebook. Notebooks should not be neat. If you get to my class, I give them, I think about how many spontaneous assessments do I want to give in a lesson? And what I do most is that I don't tell my topic. I allow my students to figure it out. I can give them clue like picture, like video, then they have to unravel the topic. So that's how you can get your students engaged. That's how you can assess them. Permit me to say this. In the beginning, I joined in 2009. I met some teachers who are older. Some of them have been there. ICT revolution started in 2000, and that's why you are talking about millennium. So, at the time I joined 2009, this school that claimed to be ahead of other schools in Abuja was using chalk and board. Although our board is different, our own is green board. Others might be blackboard. When I joined. And our chalk is non-sticky. Their own is sticky chalks. You can see the difference. In 2013, if I may say, they brought in mobile projector. If you are going to the class, you carry as you are going to mount or put it on the desk. The ray of light will spot the board and you project. Right, like after a while, they brought another one and they started mounting them in the classroom. By 2020, they brought Tutor Touch. Ask yourself, how did these teachers who were older when I came in 2009 survive this revolution, this IT revolution? How? So there's nothing impossible. That means we have to be trained in all this if you want to get to be part of NTIC. That is why they are bringing interactive classes to cover your skill gap. If you don't know about Google Classroom, there's an opportunity. You don't know about AI, there's an opportunity. You don't know how to set online quiz, there's an opportunity. Don't shy away from one thing. Don't say, I don't want to ask. If you don't ask people, you'll be left out. Now, Tutor Touch is gradually now going to sleep. Not that we are not going to use, but we are exploring further. We are not talking about metaverse. The time will come when all your students will be wearing goggles. Yes. In China today, there's a gadget that they can fit to the head of the student. And it will measure the attention span of that student for that lesson. And the data will be sent to the parents. Your own experience, just say, John, during mathematics in second period, you were not listening. Your attention span was 28. Is there any problem? You know, as white men, we ask their boys, not like Africa. You know, the African parent, we say, do you know how much I'm paying 4 million, 5 million, and you go to school, you don't listen to your teacher, you don't do anything. That's our own way. But the white guys, you just say, John, the data was sent to me about your attention span, and you were not listening. Can you tell me what is the problem? So we are coming to that. Education, right, is linked to data now. Whatever thing that you do in the classroom, data will be collected, and that data will be used to analyze. That is the stage we are. Let's move on. Of course, at this level, if you allow me to click, we will do short quiz just for me to show you about data collection, data gathering, and report card for a particular quiz. Okay, I've opened before. Okay. Can we all see this? Now, when you look at this is my own page. About 22 or 23 people were lucky to have been in my class yesterday, and this one is not new to them. You can create your own quiz. I've created one with picture, with everything. I've created one. This is where we are going, because my own concern today is about assessment. This is report. You can analyze the report. But let's try some. If you are fast enough within 1 minute, you can join me. The assessment we are talking about, you can go on live quiz. Live quiz means that they join your class at the same time and you broadcast the quiz. You can assign as assignment for them. Again, I taught in Cambridge School. For every student, they have their Google Classroom account. I can send to them. They do it, and I get report. But let's go online now. In this, there's what they call instructor pays and the classic. The difference between classic and instructor pays. In classic, student can join your quiz as the quiz goes on. They can join at question 5, question 6, question 7. But if you use instructor pays, they cannot join. You have to start together and end together. So, let's try this. Now, there are many settings, like for this one now, not assigned to any class. If you want to assign, you can assign. There are many things you want to shuffle the questions so that it appears differently to each of them. You can talk about factory name factory, meaning that if you choose the green button, it means that you allow the computer to generate names for the students. If you off it, that means they have to type the name. Sometimes anonymous is good, so that it should not be as if you have an intention to ridicule anyone that did not do well in the test. So, we have this now. So to join this, we have just 3 questions. On your answer, you can quickly type. You can quickly type and put this code. So I want to see, once I see 1, 2, 3 persons, I'm good to go, just to show and demonstrate what we are doing. Quizzes. When you get to quizzes, join myquiz.com. Join myquiz.com. One person has joined. You can see. So maybe 1, 2, 3 persons, we can go. So. We have just 30 seconds to show this, but I would love if we have about maybe more than 5. Yes, you can see people are joining now. We have 3 participants now. 4. Okay, 6. That's how your student will be joining. You can take your student to computer lab, having said the question, talk to the school, talk to the computer department to allow you do it. Each student manning 1 computer, then you roll on your quiz. It will be very interesting to them. Taking them outside that scenario of listening to me, let me talk. They will so like it. So we have 10 participants now. I appreciate all of you that have joined and those that are still struggling to join. So I want to start at 12 now. Don't be offended. All of you cannot join. Okay. Now, on your answer, you will see it. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Participants view. Sorry, let me check this. Sorry. The first question has been answered. So the next question, because you have to be clicking since it's operators based view. The question will be showing on your platform, and you can see those that are answering as the one that you are seeing by that icon. So yes, we'll still go on to the next question. So we have 3/4 now. I don't know whether it's sorry for that. The third one is not showing, but we have done 3 out of 4 questions. Maybe particularly there, maybe something went wrong there. So by that number of questions now, we should be able to go to the report and see the arrangement of the result on the podium and some other things. Okay. This one is the dashboard, and it's already awarding prices. The first one, Adama May. The second one, Ikari Avis, and the third one, Feja. This is the podium for the prize winners. So you can see what that individual get right, which question is correct, and which one is not attempted by that individual, and which one is wrong. So you can get this, but you can get other full detail under your report. You can go to report here. I think we can see this. So under report, you can have all the reports of what you have done for the day. Of course, this one was taught extensively in the classroom. Sorry, it might be resulting from internet, because there are others that we have done, including what we did yesterday. So they're supposed to show for us to obtain the results and the analysis. So, okay, this is my library. I've used it in several ways. So we can go back to our presentation. So what we are saying here is that sometimes you need to try other things different from what you do in the classroom. Is very, very key. So you can take time during revision time, during a particular free period. You can do many things with your students. This one, by the time you do this, it will be an addition to what individuals are used to, and they will be happy. Now, you under demonstration, you need to push your learner beyond bounds. You can set a particular video, but when you set a video, you put a video, give them the task, what they watch for as they are watching the video. For example, I want to play this business study video, but already I'm telling them what you watch out for is the things that I've listed. So it actually has audio. By now, it's just a few lines, but so what we are saying here is that although this is not what the content of business study is all about, but we are just giving a summary, and as you are playing the video, you are taxing the students. So one, you are carrying out individualized assessment, because every student will have to track for this information, for which we are going to expand on during the course of the lesson. So nobody is left out here, and that is how to use multimedia. We can equally go further. Now when you look at this picture, although the write-up is clear enough, so you can create momentum or sustain it in the classroom. You don't need to write the figure, calculate the arithmetic mean of this set of number 11, 12, 13, 14. Get a picture that has the jersey number of player. That is what I could get. You can get another thing, right, and ask them to calculate. By doing this, you are sustaining momentum, or sometimes you are creating it, because you are doing this in different ways. Also, I would need everybody to pay attention to this and try to come out with the
It's horrible. Oh.
Oh, that landslide, it's huge.
And it's blocked off the whole of the valley.
Now we'll never be able to get our cattle and sheep to the only grazing they've got.
They'll die, and we'll starve. If we could only get across the river.
Oh, just look at that lovely green grass. Enough to make any cow's mouth water.
But we'll never get the animals across that river safely.
Unless we build a bridge.
But I only have enough energy to plant the seeds, to grow the food, to give me the energy
Oh, we'll
to...
never build that bridge. What we need is a genius.
Wait. I have an idea.
Uh-oh, he's got an idea.
Everybody round here is like us. They have 1 cow, 2 or 3 sheep, a few hens, and a patch of ground for corn. They catch their own fish, collect fuel for cooking, build their own houses for themselves to live in, and they make their own clothes for themselves to wear.
Though some are better at some things than others.
Precisely. For example, you make the best clothes in the village.
Well, it can be quite flattering when he feels like it.
Though I suppose it's only because I'm so good at getting good wool from our sheep.
The truth of the matter is that the man with the real knack with sheep is our next door neighbour, Mr. Shepherd, not you at all.
Oh, well, that's true. I must be best at something, though.
Thinking, love. You're very good at thinking.
Hey, that gives me an idea. Listen, suppose we alter the system. There are 10 families in our village, as it is now. Every household has their own cow and their 1 sheep. They keep poultry, catch their own fish, grow their own corn, and collect their own fuel.
And they do their own cooking. And they make their own clothes.
Now over to you. It's a scenario in the class. This is deductive thinking. From this video now, the student need to do what? To find the solution to the problem of the household. So, putting you in the position of the student now, based on the video, how will their problem be solved? How will the problem be solved? Yes. Deductive thinking. Yes. How will the problem be solved? The narration says that every household will have to engage in all this. All of them. Household 1 is engaging in this for the household to make life. Household 2, 3, 4 like that. So what do you think they should do for them to solve this problem?
To engage on trade by barter.
Somebody said trade by barter. Okay. Another point. Yes. Do we have?
Division of labor.
We have to stop here. Somebody said trade by barter is correct. It were to be in the century before now. But for now, somebody said division of labor and specialization go together. So it means that each household will need to specialize in each of these activity, so that at the end of the day, if I produce corn and you are producing fish, right, we will now exchange, or I sell my own corn to you, right, buy fish from you, buy this from this, instead of all of them engaging in producing everything that they need. So this is deductive thinking. You can use this one to steer your class, and whoever that gets it among the students, you can calibrate 2 points to the examination marks. Say, okay, I'm going to put this one in your exams. You are tasking them because it attracts marks. Students will want to participate. So what we are saying here is that we use video, we use picture, but don't play video without telling your student what to watch out for. And for that one to be easy, is for you to write as footprint there, give me this, so that as they are watching, they are tracking. That is how you can get everybody on board and personalize learning. So let's look at this. Nobody can live without technology. It has come to stay. What is better for us is to catch up with the moving train, and that is what he's talking about here. The use of multimedia in assessment is a growing trend, and it is likely to become more common in the nearest future. As technology continues to develop, new and innovative ways to use multimedia in assessment will emerge. We are expecting more problem in ICT. You know, we are now metaverse. Of course, we have what we call problem of lag adjustment in Nigeria. Whatever technology that the world is rolling with, it takes average of 10 years before it's domesticated and popular in Nigeria. It's a research. That is what they call time lag adjustment problem. So, metaverse seems to be very new. Even some schools, they've not heard about metaverse now. But our own now, even when we say at the beginning stage, yet we have seen and they've demonstrated to us what ICT can do in the life of education and student learning. To this end, I want to say thank you for giving me a listening time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdul, for that wonderful presentation. Now, in a short moment, you'll be going for your break, and after the break, you do well to go for the various interactive sessions. Now, you can do well now to, yesterday, a lot of the teachers could not remember the interactive session topic they chose. So use this time to be able to find out whatever you chose so that you don't miss your classes. And again, some find it very difficult to locate their classes. In each of those classes, the numbers are there, and the HODs that are going to take those interactive sessions. Then there's going to be a tournament, and for the Abuja teachers, you can meet Mr. Jugo and Mr. Joseph so that you find out the activities you are going to be engaging in. Then we'll need a representative from the Kaduna school and also the Kano school. We need a representative so that we have this discussed and it will get back to you immediately as possible so that by the end of the day, we'll be able to go into the tournament. Thank you very much. If you have further questions, you can meet your HODs to clarify you. You can now go for your breaks.
we get it right. And one of the areas where teachers struggle with mostly is about the classroom management. The next 1 hour with us is an expert in the field of education, a renowned person and a familiar name for the NTIC family nationwide. For 1 hour before lunch, he will be discussing with us designing a classroom management plan. I encourage every one of us to please pay absolute attention. Mr. Popola will be breaking by 12:30. After that, we'll go for our lunch and prayer, and then we'll return here again. We'll be here until 4 o'clock today with the resource person. All our session ends here today, and they will be checked out as usual. Permit me to introduce to you Mr. Paul Popola. Please a round of applause as he takes the stage. He will be taking us through designing a classroom management. Mr. Popola, the floor is yours.
Annual training, I count this a huge privilege. I do not want to take this for granted. I must first thank my very good friend and brother in person of, please can you put your hands together for Mr. Abdusalam. We've actually been friends, and our friendship has actually grown into brotherhood. And also, I must not fail to acknowledge someone also very important in a person of Mr. Emery. Please can you put your hands together for Mr. Emery. He's unavoidably absent, but I hope before the end of this class, he should actually join us. I have a very, very short time. I have so much to actually give to us this morning, although very, but I'm going to see what I can do to see how we can get the best out of our session here today. As a way of starting, I need you to look at your neighbor by the left, by the right. Say, neighbor, you're very much welcome. Now, here is it. If your neighbor isn't smiling, just you're free. You're permitted to leave where your neighbor is seated and move somewhere else. And say, neighbor, you're very much welcome. You're very much welcome. I want to welcome each and every one of us, and I'm going to be going straight to the point because of the limited time. But one other thing I actually want to start with, and I always like starting on this note. If there's anything you actually owe yourself personally, it's nothing but growth. I always say this: you cannot be a better professional, a better educator or tutor if you first are not a better person. So it starts with you. It starts with you stretching. It starts with you actually becoming a better person. Beyond this workshop, beyond this training, what are you willing to do to you to actually ensure that you actually become a better you? Because your productivity and your level of competence on the job is majorly dependent on how well you're willing to actually grow yourself. And there are so many areas in which we as teachers, especially in the 21st century, we need to grow. Now, I say to teachers, whenever I'm opportune to do this, that as a teacher in this age and time, you must be spontaneous, you must be versatile, and at the same time, you must be all out to actually grow to become a better person. And one thing you also owe yourself is you must be multi-skilled. Multi-skilled in what area? In this age and time, you can't just box yourself into an angle, to an area, and say, this is what I'm good at. Those era and the time or the age where you're just limited to an area, those times are gone. So you need to be versatile. You need to be multi-talented. You need to be vast in what you're doing. Because I always say this, that the challenges and the difficulties we are actually going to face in some few years to come is dependent on our ability, our capability, how well we've actually developed and grown ourselves. That's what's going to make the difference at the end of the day. So one thing in which you actually owe yourself is your ability to actually grow. And I want you to know very well that in order for us to actually get better results as educators, one thing in which we need to actually have is we need to work on our mindset. If there's anything I've actually discovered primarily that is actually wrong with teachers across the length and breadth of the country, out of the country, is actually a mindset problem. So if we actually want to get better results as teachers on the job, we need to actually work on our mindset. Now, the reason why some students actually have challenges in actually becoming better, both on the job and also, in the classroom, is simply because of teachers' mindset, teachers' disposition towards them. So one thing in which we actually need to do, or constantly need to work on also, is the way we actually think. Case in point, if a child isn't doing well or as much as he or she should in a classroom, our mindset, what we think about that child, will go a long way to determine how well that child will improve at the end of the day. I am a psychologist, and one theme or one concept I've come to agree with is the Pygmalion effect. I love that effect so much. Now, what does the Pygmalion effect say? It says that someone else's belief in you, in your ability, in your capability, in how well you can actually become, ends up becoming your self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, what it says is, if I actually have it at the back of my mind that a child is difficult, a child is dull, a child cannot become better, that law says that child actually ends up becoming what the teacher actually see him or her to be. So as teachers, we owe ourselves to develop what I call possibility thinking. I need you to look at your right and your left, say, neighbor, it's possible. I need you to say this with power, feeling, and conviction. Say, neighbor, it's possible. No matter how bad things are, no matter how bad things get in my classroom, it's possible. Now, this is something in which you need to actually have at the back of your mind. You actually have students who are actually struggling. If you don't have the mindset that it's possible for them to actually become better, they're going to remain like that. So, what actually plays out on the outside, or what actually plays out in the classroom, is a major reflection of what is actually happening in our minds. And that is why I said to us earlier, we need to actually work on our mindset. And also, as educators, we must also be mindful that the only way we can actually change our lives is when we change our thinking. That is where the change actually begins from. You agree with me when we talk about your life, it includes your professional life, it includes your personal life, your emotional life, and every other area in which you can actually think of. So if you actually want a better result, if you actually want a better outcome, both in the classroom and also for you, you've got to fix this. This is where it actually starts from. You've got to be able to actually think possibilities. I say this, the reason why most people are not successful as much as they ought to be is simply because they are suffering from possibility blindness. And what is possibility blindness? Possibility blindness is being blind to things, to opportunities, and even when things are actually possible, but because you actually have a fixed mindset. There are two kinds of mindset we always have per time. It's either you actually have a fixed mindset or you actually have a growth mindset. People who actually have a growth mindset believe all things are actually possible, no matter how difficult things are, no matter how difficult things are or how difficult things get. But people who actually have a fixed mindset, they believe there are no room for growth. They believe it's impossible for certain students or certain children to actually improve or become better. But you know what? At the end of the day, the quality of the results you get as teachers will always be affected and dependent. It's going to depend. Are we good? All right, so the quality of results we actually get eventually will always be tied to the quality of our thought. I hope that is actually inspiring enough. All right, so what we're looking at this morning is something very crucial, something very fundamental that I actually see as one of the most integral part of what we do as educators. Now, the topic before us this morning is designing a classroom management plan. What does this actually entail? We've actually had before that when you actually plan, when you actually fail to plan, what actually happens? You plan to fail. So, if you as a teacher do not actually have a plan in place on how you actually want to run your session, how you actually want to run your term, how you actually want to run your classroom, then what it's going to actually play out at the end of the day is nothing but failure. And not knowing how to go about planning your classroom efficiently and effectively will in most cases affect the outcome at the end of the day. Now, let me share something with you. This is very critical. Now, the biggest problem we actually have with teaching today is simply what I call classroom behavioral issues. How many of us actually have such issues in our classrooms? Lots of issues. It comes in different sizes, it comes with different shapes, but the question is this. I always say this. Every problem will always be a challenge if you do not actually have the right knowledge, the right tools on how to meet those challenges or difficulties. So what we're going to be looking out for in this few minutes we actually have is how do we actually design a classroom management plan. If you actually keep this to heart, if you can actually leave here with this information, it's going to go a long way to ensure that you actually have a successful classroom operation. Now, I always say this. If you go into a classroom and you have the class disruptive, you actually have issues in the classroom, the students are not giving you the attention, the class is not flowing well the way it's supposed to flow, I do not blame your students, I blame you. Because first and foremost, every teacher must be able to see himself or herself, number one, as a leader, number two, as a manager. So if anything goes wrong in your class, we should hold you responsible. So for the sake of time, we're going to be going very quickly, and as much as I want to make this very interactive, this is not my style. I just told Mr. Absalam that. I love a situation where we can actually interact, we can actually collaborate. I have some tools we're supposed to make use of, but because of time, we can't do that. So I am going to be forced to be conscripted to the screen. But it's not my approach. My approach is we work together in group and we come up with solutions and ideas on how to make things work. But because of the limited time, we're just going to have to make do with this. All right? So, the screen, please. All right, so the purpose of a classroom management plan is to hold students accountable for their actions, set expectations, reward, and consequences. Now, whatever I'm going to be sharing with us, some of us already know some of these things. It's not new. As a matter of fact, I want to consider this more as a refresher course or as a refresher program. What makes the difference is, whatever you can actually take away from here, I want to believe that as teachers, as we're seated here, each and every one of us, whether you're a new teacher or you've actually been teaching before, there are certain challenges in which we actually face in the classroom, true of us. Every one of us. And the question is, why do we actually have such challenges? Why do we actually have such problems in the classroom? Why do we have them? The reason why you're always going to actually have such behaviors or such issues in the classroom is simply because there is something that is actually missing out. And I'm going to be sharing with us how we can actually ensure that to a greater degree or a great extent, how we can reduce some behavioral issues, how we can actually have successful classroom at the end of the day. Mind you, the moment your classroom is actually disorganized, the moment you actually lose the management of your classroom, there is nowhere learning can actually take place. I always say this, teachers don't like it, students also, don't benefit from it. So it's a lose-lose situation. Nobody actually wins at the end of the day. So the question is, how do we begin to actually get it right? Every teacher must actually have a classroom management plan. And the plans are actually subjective. Subjective in what sense? They are actually based to whatever challenge you're going through in the classroom. In other words, if I actually have class A, B, C, my plan might actually be different from what is in C or D. It's based on what I actually anticipate, what I've actually experienced before. Now, once I'm able to do this, it actually helps me to plan my class. And I always say this, if we can actually plan for our lives personally, if we actually have planned for our lives, if we follow through on the plans, our life will actually be better. True of us. The same thing also works with the classroom. If you actually have a plan in place, it makes everything become a stroll in the park. So, where do we go from here? Very quickly, classroom management plans are what? Written rules, rewards, and consequences that guide our... Now, I'll need us, as much as we can, I'll need us to actually read so that I know you're also part of this. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Can we all read what we actually have on the screen? It's just one part. Can we all do this with power, feeling, and conviction? 1, 2, let's go. Guys, guess what? If I actually ask all of us, how many of us actually have rules in place in our classroom? All of our hands will go up. 2 of us. So let me see your hands up. We all have rules, right? Put your hands down. How many of us have issues, challenges we're facing as teachers in our classroom? You get the point? You get the point? Now, the point here is this. You said you have rules in the classroom, and yet there are issues you're actually battling with. Then the point is, what's the issue? What's the problem? Now, what I see in most schools, or what I see in most classrooms, is simply this. Most of the rules, and I bet that you inclusive, most of the rules teachers actually have in the classroom are just for decoration and superficiality. True or false? It's true. Should I come again? Now, most of these rules teachers have in the classroom, most of them are, in most cases, is just to fulfill our righteousness. Most times, the reason why we actually have those rules is simply because we want to make our classroom look beautiful. You go into the classroom at times, okay, how many of us have children while we teach who actually make noise? Students who, I love the fact, somebody said, How many of us actually have children while in a classroom they fight? True of us? No, guys, let's talk. We're all teachers. There's nothing to hide, all right? The reason why we're here is to see how we can actually provide solution to these issues, right? So there's no point to try to cover up anything. Now, these are some of the things in which you face on daily basis. Now, a range of issues. And yet, you claim you actually have rules. So if you actually have the rules in the classroom, then why do you still have some of these behavioral issues? Why do you still have some of these challenges in the classroom? That's the point. And that's the reason why we're here today. How do we begin to make this more effective? How do we begin to see more visible results that will actually make our classrooms run well? So, the next thing we're going to be looking at is, now, let me share this also with us, that if you actually have rules in the classroom, that is just one part. For every rule you set, there must be rewards and consequences. And let me share this with you also. As teachers, it is not just in your place for you to know the rules only. Your students must also know what those rules are, not just you alone, because in most cases, those rules are there. Those students are even oblivious to what those rules are. True or false? True. I always like asking this question. And I will go down. I'm going to go down. I need a mic. Although short time. Is there a mic there? There isn't a mic on it. I can't see any mic there. Okay, please. You're going to help me do this. How many of you have rules in your classrooms? Raise up your hands. While I was up there, I saw so many hands. I'm down now. I can just see a few. All right. So what I'm going to ask you is, how many rules do you have in your classroom? Okay, you have 2 basic rules. So what are the rules? 1.
And when I say sit down, you must sit down.
Okay. So
Yes.
those are the 2 rules you have. So
So,
those.
and you don't stand up
Okay.
when I'm teaching.
Oh, beautiful.
Unless I say so.
Beautiful. So now, apart from standing up, what other issues do you actually have in the classroom? What other disruptive behavior do you experience while teaching?
Of course, we usually have rule breakers. We
No,
have
no, no. I
those-
mean, can you be specific now?
Yes, we have those.
Noise
who would-
making,
Yes, noise making.
which is actually part of your rules now, right? You set the rules, right?
You asked me my rules.
Yes.
And you're asking me the challenges I have.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to say the challenges.
Okay.
So my rule is, when I am teaching, you don't stand without my permission.
Okay.
So the challenge I have is, we have rule breakers who will want to stand up, to go to their locker, to get one thing or the other. Because the rule is, you must get every book you need.
Okay.
Keep them in your locker. You can keep them under your table. So you have your workbook, you have your textbook, you have
All
whatever
right, so
book.
what I'm saying in other words is, what you actually experience in the classroom are limited, as in those are the 2 major issues you actually have: students standing up and students talking,
Yes,
right?
and when they stand up, they move around,
and
it
disrupts.
constitutes noise. Yes.
Absolutely. Good. Can we put our hands together for our place? More rules. How many of us have rules? How many, please? How many? How many rules do you have in place? 5 rules. Can you tell us?
Did it together.
Okay. Can you tell us what rule number 4 is?
Okay, rule number 4 is make your dear teacher happy.
Is that?
Make your dear teacher, your teacher happy.
Is that a rule?
Yes, it's a rule. It's a rule. The children already know.
Okay.
The first week we cram these rules, we plan it together and then.
Fantastic. Fantastic. A round of applause for her. Now, because now the reason why I had to do this is simply because in most cases you find teachers who tell you they have 7 rules, they have 8 rules, and you actually ask what is rule number 3, they don't know. And I asked them that question. If you don't know, how do you actually expect your students to know? That's the point. Now, whenever you actually have rules, and there are no rewards, there are no consequences for breaking the rules, those rules don't stand. So, and that's the reason why I said on the screen here, to operate a successful classroom, it's not just enough for you to actually have the rules, there must be rewards and also consequences for breaking those rules. Now, the next thing we have to be looking at is an essential part of the classroom management plan is what I call a routine. Now, what is a routine? A routine simply allows your students to know what is expected in the classroom. Now, most teachers actually live in assumption. Assumption in what sense? We expect those students to know how to behave when they come into the classroom. So it is your job, first and foremost, as educators, as teachers, to be able to actually set certain routines in place, have certain procedures in which your class must function or your class should actually run. And the next thing is, what are routines? Routines are simply what the student are expected to do per day until it actually becomes a habit. I love the fact that you said that your students actually, you guys memorize what the rules are every day until it actually becomes a part of them. But more to that is, there must be certain guidelines, there must be certain way or manner or approaches in which things are expected to be done in the classroom. Now, we cannot actually say, okay, as the students are, let's say grade 3 or grade year 4 or year 5, they should actually, no, I am the teacher, I should be able to set certain routine in place. I love the fact that she said they know when to stand up, they know where to sit down, they know when to talk. That is actually setting a routine in place. And talking about routine and procedures, routines are what the students are expected to do, what they should know. Procedures are ways in which the students are expected to follow through on those routines. Now, talking about your rules, how do you make your rules effective? How do you actually ensure that your classroom management plan is actually in place? Number one, as I have on the screen, is post rules where students actually see them. These act as a what? As a reminder. Now, in most cases, students easily forget. It is actually peculiar with kids. They can forget easily. And this is something you must do on a daily basis. Now, I actually have a problem with the fact that if I actually have rules in place and I have my students still come up with behaviors that are quite disruptive, are actually affecting the flow of lessons, I have a problem with that. What it simply means is there's something highly deficient with the rules we actually have in place. So, your rules must be in place student can see so that you can actually act as a reminder. Now, this is what I actually advise educators to do. We actually have warm-up activities we do, 3 of us, before we actually start teaching. For the first 2 weeks, for the first 3 weeks, I say this, your warm-up activity should be more of this, so that your students can actually be attuned. They can actually know what is actually expected of them. For example, I bring my students out. I have 15 learners in a classroom. I bring them out on daily basis. Somebody recites what the rules are. Remember, for your rule to be effective, what did I say? It must actually have what? Rewards and what? Consequences. So a member of the classroom comes out, reminds us, we sing a song. Now, it depends on how creative you are. We sing a song, so it actually becomes more like a part of us. So when I ask a child, what does rule number 4 says? If a child actually breaks a rule, so it comes alive. Oh, rule number 4 says this. And what is the consequences for breaking that rule? Now, everybody is actually in the picture. This is how you can effectively run your classroom. Number 2, talking about your classroom management plan is you must be able to actually present the rules to the students and also the consequences for breaking the rule. This is very fundamental. And I always advise also, whatever rules you're going to have in the classroom, whatever consequences you're going to have attached to those rules, please do always let the parent of the kids be informed. They should know about it. Because kids get to go home and say, okay, I was denied certain privileges. Of course, part of your consequences, it depends on what your school policy actually give room to. But whatever it is, parents should also have a copy. You can always communicate with parents, maybe in your communication book or what have you, but parents must also be in the picture so that we are actually on the same page. We're working in partnership with the parents. And the most important thing when it comes to you keeping a good management plan is what I call stay consistent. Can you say that after me? Stay consistent. I want to say to you that the reason why you have rules in your class and your students actually break those rules is simply because most of us are not consistent. And guys, guess what? The moment you actually break one of your rules, please be prepared to break it for everybody in the class. And the best time to make this actually work is at the beginning of every term. I always say this, you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And this also works very well for students. First thing first week of resumption. This is how it actually works. You must be able to actually let them know what your rules are, what the consequences are. And of course, children will always test the waters. They will always, the moment you're able to stamp your feet on the ground, you've actually sent the message out. It makes it impossible. Now, I am not saying students are going to once in a while fall short or are not going to break your rules, but to a great extent, you've actually reduced the tendency of you actually having the occurrence of such behaviors in your classroom. So, what does rule number 1 say? Rule number 1 says what? In keeping your classroom, a good classroom management plan, what does number 1 say? Number 2? Number 3? This is the engine room. Whether your rules, your classroom management plan will be successful or not is dependent on your consistency. And please do know this. The moment you break it for one child, please be prepared to break for every other child in the classroom. The next thing we're going to be looking at very quickly is called procedures and routines. What are procedures? Teachers must know that the number 1 problem in the classroom is not discipline. How many of us agree with that? It's not discipline. The number 1 problem we actually have in the class is procedures and routines. Like I have on the screen, a vast majority of the behavioral problems in the classroom are caused by failure of students to do what? Follow procedures and routines, and incompetence on the part of who? Teachers. So whatever issues that actually emanate out of your classroom, it's actually is linked to who you are as a teacher. So there must be procedures, there must be routines. For example, there must be certain ways in which your students talk. How do your students get to leave the classroom? How do they get to sit in the classroom? How do they get to talk to each other in the classroom? How do they get to conduct themselves in the class? These are procedures, these are routines that must be in place. Like I have here, procedures are what the students do. Routines are the procedures that the students do automatically. It can only become automatical when your students actually are actually reminded on daily basis, just like I said, post rules where they can see. The next thing is, please note, like I said, that the procedure that you lay out in your classroom are the most outwardly evident procedures that you have in place. For this reason, they are the key element of your overall classroom management plan. Please, I want to say this. One of the traits of a successful or effective educator in this age and time is creativity. You must be creative. How do you want your classroom to run? The challenge I actually have with most teachers is thinking out of the box is a challenge. Thinking out of the box is a big problem. In other words, the way class A is running is still going to be the same way class B is going to be running. It's not an efficient procedure or manner of doing things. Now, the reason why we can't have the same procedure, the same rules in the 2 different classes is simply this. The challenge I'm actually going through or facing as a teacher in A might be different from what you're going through in B. So, as a teacher, I must be able to know what works for me. How do I actually want the class to actually run? How do I actually want the class to flow? So, it actually boils down on you as the educator. How do you want your class to run? I don't know if you've actually thought about it before. For those of you who have actually been in one class or the other, I need you to think about it. What will an ideal classroom look like? What will an ideal classroom look like? If I actually ask us this question, we have myriads of answers to this. But the most important thing here is this. Whatever way or whatever image or whatever picture you actually have in your mind, is dependent on one thing, how you're able to actually create that in that classroom. And that is what this is all about. Now, much of the procedures really depend on the age group you teach, although we're going to have some exception to this. The procedures can be broken down into 3. Are you with me? You're with me, right? Good. Now, the procedures can actually be broken down into 3. The first thing is, you must know that your classroom structure, your daily classroom routine is broken down into 3 parts. The first is the beginning of the class. So, the tone you set in place at the beginning of the class, before your students actually walk in the door, makes the ultimate difference in what you do or how your classroom will flow. Teachers, let me share something with us very important. Classroom management does not start when your students come into the classroom. It starts before they come into the classroom. Should I come again? Classroom management doesn't start when the students are in the classroom. It starts before they come into the classroom. Now, if you do not actually have procedures and routine in place before they actually come into the classroom, you're going to waste a bulk of your time trying to actually keep them calm. And you know what is actually happening in that process? Your time is gone. So, before they come into the classroom, what is expected of them? These are the things in which we must be able to set in place in order for us to actually have efficient and smooth running of the class. Now, you never, like I said, you never get a second chance to make a first impression, and this actually holds for every term, for every session of the year. So, arriving in the classroom, how are your students expected to come into the classroom? Are they expected to come into the classroom running or walking? Now, it's not just in your place for you to say walking. Your students must also know this. They must know this. Because at times, you actually have students who run into the classroom, true or false? Yes. They run into the classroom. Now, do you blame the student for running into the class? No. The teachers have not set the procedures on what it takes for you to come into the classroom. So, whatever way the manner or approach they come into the classroom is accepted. The next is entering the classroom now. How are they supposed to come into the classroom? Like I said here, every procedure that you establish in the classroom is a reflection of your personality. Your personality in what sense? How organized you are as a person. Are they expected to actually come into the classroom? Are they expected to come into the classroom? Like I said, I would recommend coming to the class quietly and be ready to begin the class before the bell rings. Other class teachers have no problem with kids coming in yelling. And like I said, whatever happens at the end of the day should be because of what you have actually allowed to take place in the class. So at the beginning of the class, your students must actually know this. How am I supposed to come into the... You cannot assume. They must be told. They must be reminded for you to actually see them act what you actually want them to do. Next is, how do you start the class? Once class is about starting, you discover, I love what she said, some students are busy looking for their pencils, they are busy looking for their erasers, they are busy looking for their textbook or exercise book, and all of these that you do is a major function of you. What you have actually given room to. Now, come to think of it, guys, I always say this. One of the principles in which you must actually have in place is called the principle of provisioning. What does the principle of provisioning say? Whatever your students are going to need to start the class, since you come into the class before they come to school, must be made available. And once you're able to do this, because I always say this, that in most cases, most teachers spend valuable amount of time trying to do what? Calm the class down. ensure that the students are actually ready, and before you say, Jack, 10 minutes, 15 minutes is gone. If you look at the number of time, productive time teachers actually use in the classroom, from what I've actually observed, most times 20-25 minutes. True. It's 20, it's not, you know why? Here is it. A child is in the class, I can't find my pencil, I don't know where my notebook is. And guess what the teacher is doing? The teacher is searching. Where did you keep it now? He said, but I kept it there. And look, I don't know where you kept. 5 minutes is gone. My pencil is broken. I've told you to stop disturbing me in this class. Stop that nonsense. You pick up the pencil. You actually sharpen the pencil. 2 minutes is gone. At the end of the day, if you put all together, 10-15 minutes is gone out of your time. These are the things that actually steal our time. No, this might look insignificant, but if you look at what is stealing out of our productivity, it's actually stealing a toll on what we do or what we can actually do. So it's very important for you to act. How do you start the class? Like I actually have some teachers want to begin the class immediately, which is actually a very bad practice. As teachers, it is expected that we know we have to stimulate them before we start teaching them. All right? Now, but more to that is, whatever tool, resources your students will need to actually start the class, it shouldn't be in their place. Now, for those in higher grades, grade 4, grade 5, you can actually assign someone who can actually have the notebook, the textbooks dropped on each of the desks, which is good, responsibility, accountability. But for those who are not in that level, whatever they will need to actually learn should be made ready before you start teaching. Some have sponge activity on the board. Students are expected to work quietly on that. This goes a long way to activate and stimulate their senses and make them ready for learning. So, starting the class, your student must know what is actually expected. The next is the middle of the class. Remember I said your classroom structure is broken down into how many? 3. The first word is what? Beginning of the class. The second is what? In the middle of the class. Once the tone, and please let me share this with you guys. The moment the beginning of the class is well established, every other thing flows well. I don't know if you've experienced this before. You started on a bad note, and all through that day it was bad. So in the middle of the class, what is expected? Like I have here, once the tone of the class has been established by a well-entry procedure, the majority of the class time is spent in the learning process. How can we get the most out of every single class? Talking. Very crucial. Some classes are actually, now I went to a school early this year, and the first thing I said to the owner of the school was, your students make too much noise. Every of the classes I went to, the teacher was there, the students were still making noise, and I'm like, hello? Is this a culture in the school? And you know the reason why you always have this is simply because all I've been saying since they don't put to use. The students don't know that it's wrong. Now, teachers will always say, have I not asked you to stop making noise? That is not the point. The point is, what is the culture? What tone have you actually set in place? What have you actually done to their psyche, psychologically? Have you been able to sell this to them? It's very crucial, it's very important. So, talk it. When is it appropriate for students to talk? Do your students know? We cannot assume that students will come to us with this knowledge. They will always test the waters. To be successful, you must know what is allowed and forbidden beforehand. So teachers, I say to you, your students must actually know what is forbidden and also what is allowed. So if I actually ask you, when is it appropriate for your student to talk? When is it appropriate? Now, very quickly, I want to talk about your rules in a bit. How do you set your rules? You're starting a new term, you're going to a new session. The best way to go about this is, whatever challenge you've actually had in the past before, and I love the fact that you made mention of the fact that you actually set the rule together. I'm going to be talking about that when we come back from break. Now, when it comes to setting of rules, there is what is called social contract. We're going to be talking about that as we go when we come back from break. Now, in setting your rules, it is most ideal for you to actually do what I call community. Called what? What did I say? Now, I'm going to actually expand more on this when we come back from break. Now, what is community? Community simply means we're actually forming an association, we're forming a group in the class. And let me warn you, it must actually begin the first day of resumption. Now, what do you do in the community? It's simply this. As a team, you are the teacher, you're actually setting the ball rolling. You're asking them, what are some of the challenges we're likely to face? Now, we're discussing, and that's why I always advise that the first day of resumption is not the appropriate time to actually start teaching. The first day of resumption is actually meant for planning with my students. We're talking about how will the class flow? How should the class actually run? We sit down, we set the rules. Having set the rules, we don't stop at that. We move to what? We move to what? No, the consequences. I, as the teacher, don't set the consequences. No, it is them who actually do that, except for the age group now. Now, when it comes to certain age, we sit down, we discuss. How should this class run? What are the rules you think we actually need to have in place? If somebody actually talks in the classroom, what happens to that person? They begin to give you the point. And you know what? You don't even do the writing. You appoint someone in the class who does what? The writing. And at the end of the day, guess what we do? Everybody signs. We sign, and we actually have it pasted where? Somewhere very conspicuous in the class. And it must not be torn. Now, once we do that, psychologically, now I'm speaking based on experience. I'm speaking based on what has actually worked. Now, what that has done psychologically is they set the rules themselves. So, in case there's a deviation from the rules they've actually set, you see the students say to themselves, remember rule number 2. What actually happened? Now, you the teacher, you're just observing, you're just watching. Instead of you saying, what does rule number 2? The students are the one doing what? Reminding themselves of what the rules are. That is how it works. So you must be able to carry out community. It's very important. Now, if there's anything if you don't take anything from this session, please take that away. First day of resumption, that is what you spend your time doing. Now, if you have a situation where some members of the class don't resume that day, it's a good and beautiful opportunity for those who are around to explain to those who were not around that day. So, by the time we're done with community, we sign, we actually have the rules. We have them pasted somewhere where everybody can see, then we continue the class. At times, it takes us a day or two, but what we're looking at here is how we can achieve results at the end of the day. The reason why you as a teacher shouldn't be the only person who sets the rules is you are not the only person who is going to be in a class. It's actually what? It's collaboration. You're collaborating with your student. If you do not actually have, how many of you I've seen situations where because they don't like you, they frustrate you? True or false? True. So you need their collaboration, you need their partnership. I know actually what happens at the end of the day, it ends up affecting your job. So it's very important for you to put that in view. Next is leaving the classroom. When are your students expected to leave the classroom? How should they leave the classroom? Are they permitted to abuse restroom privileges? Have you discovered that most times when somebody says, I want to use the restroom, another person sees the reason why he or she wants to use the restroom? And you find this, guys, why is this very important? Why is this very crucial? Here is the point. Once you're teaching as a teacher, and this is what actually makes us not to cover up, not to achieve certain things we are expected to achieve. The moment you're teaching in the classroom and one student says to you, I want to make use of the restroom, guess what actually happens? For those of us who are good enough, who can actually sustain, who can actually manage our classroom, we do something like this. The students say, excuse me, can I make use of the restroom? We continue teaching. You can make use of the, and somebody comes to, again, can I make use of the restroom? You pause. Say, no, go and sit down. Guess what? By the time you say go and sit down, the tempo in which you were before you were interrupted, you can't continue from that level again. You have to, and that's why you have to ask, where did I stop? You get the point? That's what we always ask them, where did I stop? And at times, you're blank. You have to, you're already communicating, and you're off the line. Your script is off. You can't remember anything. You say to them, you see, I've told people to stop disturbing. It's like they will disturb you. The reason why you always have that is simply because you don't have these things in place. Now, what I'm sharing with you is not just peculiar or does not just affect those of us who are class teachers alone. Whether you're a subject teacher, you must also have rules in which, or procedures, you must have rules in place in which your students must be able to respect. They know Mr. Matthias is coming into the class. This is what Mr. Matthias actually allows in this class. So from the word go, they know what is actually expected of what? Of them when Mr. Matthias actually comes into the class. The same thing also go for any other subject teacher who comes into the classroom. So you must actually know what is, when this is actually allowed, when they actually... Now, have you discovered, for those of them who are in the lower grade, have you discovered that when they go into the restroom, they don't go to pee? What do they go to do? They go there to play. So if you do not have, now, I don't know how this will actually sound. I worked with a school and they have what I call toilet time. They've done it in such a way that they know, okay, this time to this time, and it's not more than 3 minutes or 4 minutes. So that once the teacher is teaching, nobody says, I want to, they know. And it's so amazing that kids in grade 1, grade 2, it's as if it's brain tattooed in their, they have it here. It's already a part of them. That is the routine. And when you see them going into the classroom, the next thing I want to share with us is moving around the classroom. Also, very important, when are they supposed to move around the classroom? The next is staying seated. When they're going to the restroom, how should they go to the restroom? Now, all of these are things in which you must conceptualize, things in which you must actually come up with, things in which you must actually put in place and ensure that your students follow through. Because of time, what are the students expected to have on their seats? You see in some classrooms, how many of us have seen, can I have this chair, please? Your students sit in a class, and they have their desk, and you see some students' leg like this. A lot, right? Some even their legs. You know why? They don't know what is expected. Although say to them, but it's not being followed through. How are they supposed to get seated in a class? Now, that's the point. Now, I love the point that you said, and I know what you were saying this. They need to be constantly reminded. Guys, you've got to be like a broken record. Now, for those of us who teach early years, one of the rules is repetition, right? One of the same thing works even with adults most times. You've got to be what? Reminded. Repetition also works for adults. So it is very key for your students to know how this works. So whatever way your classroom is, how your students behave, how they talk, how they go out, how they sit, is a major function of the procedures and the routines you have in the place. So how do you end the class? How do you end the class? Remember, if you start your class beautifully well and it has a poor ending, nothing is actually being gained at the end of the day. So you must have procedures in place on how the class should end. Now, ineffective teachers allow the bell to take the class or the authority from them. And let me warn you, the moment you're teaching and the bell rings, whatever you've taught them, there's no conclusion. There's no summary. So, everything you've taught them is gone. So you must be able, and one of the traits or the hallmark of a efficient or an effective educator is the ability to manage time. How well you're able to manage your time will go a long way to determine the result you are able to achieve at the end of the day. So it is very important for you to actually know, how do I end my class? And this can be custom made. Custom made in what sense? As long as I'm in line with my scheme, as long as I'm in line with my lesson plan, I can actually end my class in a most efficient way that is peculiar to me. What is most important is retention at the end of the day, and what your students are able to do with the knowledge they've actually acquired. And as we close, when to end the class, you control the class period unless you allow the bell to take. I've spoken about that. How are the students expected to leave your class? You see students when they see their parents, what actually happens? Do you blame them? No, it is you. It's your classroom management plan. I know a school, and guess what actually happened? They have a culture. They stand for 3 things: leadership, entrepreneurship, etiquette, and poise. From the gates, a child in pre-nursery is saying something, "Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir." It's a culture. It's in that school. It's a part of them. It's so amazing that when the students leave the school, the same thing they start exhibiting. It's a procedure. And that's why I believe whatever procedure you actually want to put in place, whatever procedure you want to see, is something in which you can do both in the classroom, and if we're able to work together as a team, as a school, it can be school-wide, it can actually work. So it depends on what you want to see and what outcome you're willing to work towards. If you give the student the choice, they'll run around the hallways and what have you, and come to the end of the first module. Can you put your hands together for yourselves? Please, I hope you've actually gotten value out of this session. I hope you've actually learned 1 or 2 things, if not many things, 1 or 2 things that will actually prove valuable for us even as we go into the class upon resumption. Thank you very much. I hope to see us after lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Popola. He's a renowned person for us at the NTIC family. We are going to be breaking now. Before we take our break, I want to appreciate the nursery teachers for the level of discipline shown so far, especially in this particular workshop. They have been the most disciplined department in this ongoing. Can you please give an applause to the nursery teachers? Appreciation goes to the maths department for the practical work in the display of their micro-teaching. They have been most outstanding in the practical display of the work being shown there. We appreciate it. Sincerely want to commend English department for the marvelous micro-teaching going on. Indeed, we have seen great things from the teachers of English department. And have applause to the English teachers. Specifically, we want to appreciate a very distinguished teacher who took it upon himself to complete the entire scheme of a subject that has been most difficult. We can't even find a template on. Permit me to invite to the stage, with a round of applause, to Mr. Dayo Oparinde. Please join me here, Mr. Dayo. Let's keep clapping until he comes, please. Thank you. For the administration, this is what we look out for. An individual who will take the bull by the horn to ensure that the team succeed. And for me, at the end of the affair, for my colleagues who have worked with me from Kano to Kaduna, you appreciate that I always go out to celebrate individuals like this. Look out for what comes to you on the day of the closing ceremony. That is all I can tell you for now. Conclusively, permit me to warn those who want to try my administration. I don't like the attitude some teachers are giving me here. I didn't choose myself to be the leader. So if you are not okay with my principles and policy, I would advise you not to come back in the next time. If I pass an instruction that I want teachers seated here, you will move. If you don't move, I will call you out. And you may not like the decision I will take over you. I'm very serious about that. That's not a threat. We are here as teachers, and the first message I passed here is about discipline. So when I tell you that I want this sitting plan, this is what I want. As much as I'll be celebrating Mr. Dayo, please don't cross the line when you want to test me, please. But if you want to do that, you are welcome on board. We'll be here for the next session, and we'll be completing everything today. As we come, please take this sitting pattern when we return. A wonderful time in your lunch.
Microphone. Good afternoon, everybody. I didn't arrange it. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, welcome back from that long break. Please, as we settle down, I'll need all of our attention. And at the same time, we've taken, if not 15 minutes from our time. And we're going to have to cover up for the time. We're supposed to leave for 4. We're going to have another 10 or 15 minutes extra because we've actually taken from the time. So please do bear with me. Please, those of us who are coming in, can we settle down? Can we settle down, please? Now, you will notice something when you came into this hall, and what you will notice is there's actually difference, there's actually change. Now, this was actually done on purpose, and why you can see such is to tell you what it means for you as a teacher, how important it is for you to be creative. You know, your students should actually have an element of wow. They should see that from time to time in what you do. I always say this, as a teacher, you must be highly unpredictable. What I see is some students already know what teachers will say next. They know what you say in the morning, they know what you say. It shouldn't be so. If you actually are that kind of a teacher, your students are going to so there must be a spark of creativity in what we do. Before we get started, I just want to announce to us, I have 2 copies of my book. teaching is not enough. For some of us who have not read any book at all on teaching, aside from your instructional materials, aside from your textbooks, if you've not read anything at all that actually has to do with teaching, I strongly recommend. Teaching is not enough for you. It's really going to upscale your teaching skills and will put you in a proper perspective of what it takes to be a teacher in the 21st century. And I also have another book called Vitamins for the Mind. We didn't come with quite a number of copies. So for those of you who actually need some copies, please do ensure you actually get a copy at the end of this class. For the next 15 minutes, we're going to be engaging in a group task, a group activity. I'll need some persons to please come help me share this. Every table, everybody must have one each. We're going to read the case or the story, then we're going to discuss for the next 25 minutes, then we're done with this session. I'm supposed to, because of time, I won't be able to do that. I'm supposed to show us a movie to actually complement this session, but because of time, I will try as much as possible to see what we can do tomorrow or before but it's probably anyway, but let's see what we can do with this. So please, if you have a sheet with you, please start reading. And what I need you to do is, after reading, I need you to start discussing on your table. I need you guys to start talking. What are some of the talking points? What are some of your observations? All right? Now, this will go, we have more if you need more time. Do we have copies here? Or you need one more? Okay. Please, let's do this very quickly. If you have your copy, start reading now. And once you guys are done, I need you to start discussing. I need you guys to start talking. And I don't like this arrangement. Please, tomorrow, I don't want you to sit with the same teachers from your school. All right? Let's try as much. One reason why we're actually here is to connect, is to interface with some other persons other than people will know. So tomorrow, please try as much as possible to sit with somebody different. I know some faces. So tomorrow, you're going to try as much to sit with somebody not from your state. So please, we have just 15 minutes to read and discuss. I can see some of us nodding our heads, we're shaking our heads. The situation in here is critical, right? Once you're done on your table, you guys can start discussing. All right? Let's have some major talking points. Is Kolawole? You feel that, right? We need to be a little bit faster. Remember I said it's not an individual work, it's a group task. So I'm going to go around each table. So you guys start discussing now. You guys should start talking. Yeah, you're not talking. I can hear you talking. If you're not sharing ideas, if you're not talking on your table, it means you're wrong. You're not doing the right thing. All right. So I'm going to start by asking us questions. All right. Can we have one house, please? One house, please. I love what is happening already. We're really brainstorming. We're discussing. One house studio, please. Can we have it down? Can we have it down now? All right. Now, let's begin to actually come up with points. Mr. David is going to go around your tables, and I'm going to be asking some very salient questions. So, from what you've actually read, from what you've actually studied, what would you consider to be the foundation of this problem? Why did this guy turn out to be who he was or who he is? Anybody want to? We're looking at the foundation. Mr. David, we have someone there. Yeah.
Okay, for me, first of all, what I think is, first thing is he lost his parents. You know, he's a foster child, so it's either his parents abandoned him or they passed away.
He was abandoned, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, he was abandoned.
Okay. What other thing?
Pardon? Okay, other things, he doesn't have anyone to trust. Because he says that when he said he tried to...
I need us to learn from what... We're going to be learning from each other. So as we come up with a point, so we actually have the first point, which actually has to do with what he was actually ostracized, he was abandoned, so he was alone, right? Now, the next point you're raising now is a problem of trust.
Trust, yes.
Any other person want to come up with more points? All right? Okay, we're going to come there very soon. All right, can you shoot?
Okay. The reasons for this boy's misbehaviors are, one, emotional trauma.
Okay, emotional trauma. All right.
No listening ears, like no one wants to hear why is this boy misbehaving. Give that attention.
He actually falls under trust. Nobody will actually wanted to listen to him. All right.
Parental losses, no home care.
So we can actually have it as lack of parental care, right? All right.
A loose environment.
Okay, the environment. All right. More points.
Safety.
He was being bullied. All right. There's a can we this table here? Can we actually give them a listening ear? All right. You have the mic.
He had lack of guidance.
Lack of guidance. All right.
No adult around to guide him, to put
Okay.
him through the right path.
All right.
There was no love in the environment where he grew up.
No what?
Love.
Love. All right. Any more points? Any more ideas? All right. We have. Okay.
Mentioned a lot. I think the one we're missing out is abuse.
He was abused, right?
Abused, yes.
All right. What other point?
Bitterness.
He was bitter.
Yes.
Was he bitter?
As a result of all of this, he's been going
As a
through.
result of all of this, right? Okay. Any other point? We actually have someone's hand popping up there.
He had issues with personality in the sense that he didn't know where he was from, and didn't know where he would be going. So the feeling of being lost, totally lost.
I totally agree with that. He has what I call a personality problem. Esteem was nothing to write home about.
Okay, I would say that with all this, the guy was not terrified. There was so much fear in him.
Yeah. All right. Now, I think at this point we're going to stop. We're going to continue. But one thing I actually want us to realize is, do you know, in your classrooms, in your school, there are kids like this? I don't know how this will feel. Some of your students actually have a house, but they don't have a home. Some of your students have parents, but they don't have care. Some of your students have everything, but they feel abandoned. Now, this is the problem you will always find in virtually every school. And you realize something. There's a line in this case that said that what students don't talk about, they do what? They act it. So I'm here to say to you that for every behavioral issues you experience in your school, there's actually a reason for it. And hoping and wishing that your student will actually change is daydreaming. It won't work. And what do we do as now? In his case, his problem was actually, the problem became complex as a result of other people's treatment of him. The way the average teacher would treat the child in the class. We reach a conclusion about a child. And what actually happened? Now, this guy became bitter. And you notice part of the line, there's a line that said he didn't trust any adult again. Now, the problem will always be if a child actually has problem from the home front, there's always every tendency that a child will come to the school environment and exhibit whatever trauma is going through at home. And if you look at this also, he was being bullied. A lot of kids are going through this emotional trauma in your school. So many teachers don't even know about this. I speak to a lot of kids, I speak to a lot of teenagers, and when they talk to me, the question I ask in my mind is, where are their parents? Where are their teachers? If your students do not trust in you, they will never be able to confide in you. And you must actually know something, that this boy would have actually lost it, wouldn't have actually have an opportunity to share his story without somebody in the picture. And who is that? Rodney. So, having looked at all of this, I need you to personalize this based on your experience. Because I believe so much that if you do not know what the genesis of a problem is, fixing that problem becomes impossible. And that is why as teachers, we need to actually do more than teach. We need to actually play the role of a psychologist. We need to actually play the role of a parent. We need to actually be there. We need to actually we need to give our listening ear to some of the emotional pain, some of the emotional traumas these kids are actually going through. It's not just enough for you to be a science teacher or to be a class teacher. Now, if all of these, one or two or three of these points in which we've actually raised, actually is a problem to a child in your school, is definitely going to affect the child's learning. It's definitely going to affect the child's behavior. Now, come to think of it, a child who has low self-esteem, personality problem. Now, I have, I'm actually working with here in Abuja. You know one of their biggest problems? Personality problem. Esteem problem. They do not believe in themselves. They do not see themselves as worth it. They don't see themselves belonging. And mind you, you will notice that when your kids are in the class, there are some who don't belong, who don't fit in. Now, this is what is running in their minds. Now, it is not okay for you as a teacher to see such a situation and just assume everything is okay. No, you must be able to actually break the divide. You must be able to bridge it. You must be able to ensure that they actually break out of the shell. Because if care is not faking, this child, just like this boy in this story, will go up with this trauma and live the rest of their life. Now, most adults you see who turn out to be what they are today, it's actually as a result of what they went through in their childhood. And your role as a teacher is to see that you help the total parts of the child. Talking about the mental, the emotional, the spiritual is not your business. But every other part that actually makes a total child, you have the responsibility of fixing that. I always say this, that for you to be a successful teacher that will actually make impact in the lives of students, you need to be full of empathy. And that is what played out here. You must be able to just do more than teach. You must be able to see yourself as someone who is going to make impact. I always say this, what your students are going to remember you for, or what they are going to come to their minds in the future, is not maths, it's not English, it's not science, but rather how you made them feel or who you make them become. At the end of your teaching career, you either become one of these two. You either become a transactional teacher or a transformational teacher. What you do in helping them fix their attitude, what you actually do in helping them fix their esteem, who they are, personality, will go a long way to determine whether they will actually remember you for good or not. Now, just imagine if a child actually has all of these, how well do you expect the child to function well in school? A child doesn't have love, and guess what actually happens? We're going to go into that much later. The classroom or the school should be the last resort for every child. But guess what actually happens? They come to school, they are being demonized, they go back home, they are being demonized. What do you think will happen to them at the end of the day? It's going to be chaos. As a matter of fact, you can easily see what will actually happen to such kids without being a soothsayer. You know what the outcome would be. So, your role as a teacher must be to actually ensure that you provide that warmth, you provide that empathy, you provide the right climate, the right atmosphere for every child to actually feel, to have a sense of belonging. Every child must be able to fit in. Now, in the case of this guy, you will notice something. He lacked love, trust, and what have you. Now, let's bring it back home. Let's bring it back to our classrooms. Some of our students actually have, now I don't know some of us who have actually engaged with some of our students before, but to hear some of these kids say to us is bizarre. True or false? It's true. Now, if such problems, or if we don't give a listening ear to them, what do you think will actually happen? That will always, it will always trigger one behavioral issue or the, and mind you, the reason why they are in your class is to learn. And if all of this or one of these actually exists, if one of these traits, if one of these is actually lacking or present in them, it makes it impossible for them to learn. Have you seen a situation when a child is in school, physically, but mentally the child is actually off? And you ask the child, what are you thinking? The child is talking about an abuse. The child is acting. But most importantly, what I say is, are you that kind of a teacher that is open for the student to talk to? Have you built that relationship? Because what we're talking about here has to do with one thing, and it has to do with you. The reason why we had to examine this case study is simply because we need to actually look at what actually made it possible for Rodney to achieve this. Can somebody just share with us, why was Rodney able to achieve this? All right, we have someone raising up a hand here.
All right, I think one of the reasons Rooney was able to his problem was that he was patient enough.
All right, let's go one after the other. Now, we've actually highlighted a problem. So, how was he able to achieve this? Number one, just like you said, he was patient. All right. Number two, empathy.
Yes. And he so much have belief in him.
Yes, so much belief. And please write this down. Okay. Write this down. The worst of your student needs your belief. The worst of, now, if you look at this now, this is almost an impossible case. Abigail, when you were reading, I saw you shaking your head. Now, when you started, before you go to the end part, so in your mind you think it's actually a close case for the child, right? Now, what positive belief can actually do in the life of the child cannot be overstated. The worst or the most difficult of students can actually be changed when you actually believe in them. Now, if you also observe something that made a difference in the life of this boy is this. Rodney did not see him as a problem, but as what? An opportunity. One thing I say to teachers is, never label a child with his behavior. I need you to write that down. If a child is highly disruptive, if a child fights, if a child lies, if a child does some of those things in which are not expected of him, you must be able to separate what the child does from who the child is. Because by the time you label the child, what you're going to be seeing is, you're not going to be seeing an opportunity for change. What you're going to be seeing is who that child is. And it makes it impossible for you to actually implement or bring about a transformation that is necessary in the life of the child. So that's where it begins from. Every one of us must see a child. Now, let me share this also with us. I have discovered, according to research, if you see me as somebody who cannot change, if you see me as somebody who is disruptive, if you see me as somebody who has no hope, if you see me as somebody who has no future, I act in accordance with your belief. What we see some of these students act out, when we see some of these students do, is as a result of our perception, the conclusion in which we've reached about them. And what do they give back? They give you what you think about them. And this is what actually plays out every now and then. I've actually spoken with kids in primary school, secondary, and teachers use words, derogatory words, words that are actually demeaning. Guys, if you know how powerful you are in the life of a child, every one of us, we're going to be careful on how we talk to the students. Because one word alone can actually mar or make their future. I read a book so many years ago. That's the title of the book. Mrs. Stanley, you were wrong, not stupid. Funny title, right? This guy found himself, or grew up to know himself as a failure. In his grade 4, his teacher said to him, Mrs. Stanley, that you are good. So, I would advise you to go back home, tell your parents that you can't fit in school. He went back home and told his mom, accepted, because they couldn't help the situation. He was always failing. He failed all through to when it was about 18 years, when somebody like Rodney came into the picture and said to him, you're smart. Even if you didn't go to school, I can actually teach you on how real estate works. And he started learning how to actually function in that industry. To cut long story short, he ended up becoming a... He wrote, Stanley, you were wrong. I was not stupid. Now, imagine what Mrs. Stanley did for years. Went on becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy for him, until someone like Rodney came into the picture to actually change the dynamics. Until someone like Rodney. So I say to you that you are that Rodney in that class. Your students are coming in with... Now, when I see students actually act in certain ways, I see it from the position of empathy. Now, the child doing what he or she is doing doesn't want to necessarily do that. It's as a result of a problem, which we've actually highlighted. Any child that has any behavioral issues, go and check. That child is suffering from either one of these points we've highlighted. And for you not to be able to actually pinpoint what this is or what the problem is for you to actually label the child. And once you label a child, the child cannot become better. The child cannot improve. And I always say this to us teachers. Teachers actually reach a conclusion simply because we're very good at transferring aggression. Case in point. Have you realized that the best students in every class usually is the favorite of the teachers? All of us are guilty. Should I come again? have you realized that the best students in your class are usually your favorite? In most cases. In most cases. Now, we must begin to change the narrative. The struggling students, the challenged students, those who actually have one behavioral issue or the other should actually become your favorite. I always say this, that the LD do not need a doctor, true or false? It is only those who are sick that actually needs a doctor. So the point here is, those who actually have a challenge in their behavior, in their attitude or character, should be your best friend. And you know, I have discovered something. If there's anything that would change the attitude, the character, and behavior of your student, it is no other thing than who you are, talking about your personality. And I want to ask you this question. How do your student, or who do your student perceive you to be? Do they see you as a model? Do they see you as their leader? Teachers complain of behavioral issues. They are disturbing me in the class. They are fighting. I'm tired of this class. Everything boils down to one thing: who you are and who you've been able to communicate yourself to be to your students. And let me share something with you guys. Your number one job as a teacher is not to teach the subject. Your number one job is to sell yourself to your students. Because what will determine whether they will understand, they will give you attention, they will respect, they will love whatever you're teaching, is as a result of the value you've communicated to them. If that is not in place, if that is not dealt with, there is no how you can actually fix that. So, I need you to write this down. The number one glue, the number one ingredient you need in ensuring that you actually have a less disruptive classroom is what I call a positive relationship with your students. At all levels. Positive relationship. And I love the way someone puts it. He said that the most single important ingredient in the formula of success is knowing how to get along with people. So, what is your relationship with your students? And I will always say this. The moment I actually have a positive relationship with my students, guess what actually happens? They, in most cases, don't want to violate my rules because of who I am to them. So who are you to them? Do they see you as someone who is just a boss, or they see you as someone who is a leader? So it starts with you. So when I see teachers complain of behavioral issues, students are actually going right, they're going left, they're not doing the right thing, the first thing I ask them is, who are you to them? What do you represent to them? And let me share this with you also, guys. If you want your student to be disciplined, are you disciplined? You cannot give what you don't have. Whatever value you want your student to exhibit, it starts with you. And guess what? They are reading you. You know they are the best reader. They tell you. How many of you have asked them to write about you before? Things you don't know about yourself. You see it in their essays. As I was reading an essay one day, and a girl was writing about Mrs. that loves to eat. She loves eating. She brings big food. You get a point. Now, the point here is this: they can actually read you, how you communicate with your colleagues at work, how you comport yourself. All of these communicative values to your students. So, in fixing critical behavioral issues, it starts with you. It starts with what you represent. It starts with your leadership. And you must know that as teachers, first and foremost, you are a leader. And something about leadership is, leadership has to do with modeling. So if you, have you discovered that students tend to speak the way you speak? Have you seen parents complain that my child was not speaking like this, but ever since he came into this class, he now has accent? Have you seen situations like that before? So they mirror whatever you do. If you are someone who curses them in a classroom, they see that. If you are someone who is easily irrational, if you are someone who is erratic, they see all of this. So it starts with you. And I always say this, as teachers, if we actually want to fix our classroom, we've got to fix ourselves first. We've got to be able to work on ourselves. We've got to be able to work on our temperament. We still see a lot of teachers who lose their cool. One thing in which you must never do is you as a teacher doing what? Losing your cool. Case in point. I work for some schools, and there's this particular school. Whenever I travel to that state, from the gate, the school suddenly becomes quiet. I'm serious. Suddenly, everywhere. If I go to the senior high, the same thing. You know why? Mr. Paul is around. Do I beat? No. Do I punish? No. But I've been able to exude certain values they can see. As a matter of fact, one day I was walking beside the window of grade 3, and I overheard two students say, I like Mr. Paul. I love the way he dresses. One said, I love his shoes. Things I'm not even thinking of, I'm not even paying attention to. These guys can actually pay attention to it. So, more to me talking, they can actually see me. And I ask same teachers in the school, they go into the classroom. Let me give us another scenario. I was in the office one day. A teacher came to meet me. I thought he came to say something very meaningful or sensible. He said, sir, please, can you help me come to my class and tell my student to keep quiet? And I looked at him. I didn't know what to say. I said, let's go. And I went with him. Said, are you guys aware I'm around? Said, yes. Are you guys aware your teacher is in class? Said, yes. Can you all keep quiet? And I left. When he finished the class, I called him. I said, what makes the difference? And I've always asked teachers this. Why do they respect me? And yet they don't respect you. And some teachers have the effrontery to say to me, the reason why they respect you, sir, is because the way you look, the way you dress. And I say to them, why don't you look that way too? They don't get to see me, but I disagree. I will actually make more impact see me every day. Now, you will realize that in your various schools, there's one teacher that is most respected. True or false? Talk to me, guys. One teacher, most respected. And in most cases, that teacher isn't the most difficult teacher. That teacher is just, but that teacher has been able to do what? Communicate something about himself to his students. And I want to say this finally. In order for you to begin to actually get it right, in order for you to begin to connect the dots when it comes to behavioral issues, you must first thing first ensure that your students actually see you as the leader. If you have not gotten to a point where a child goes home to say, now, how many of you have issues with homework? Virtually every one of us, right? Virtually every one of us, right? It's a major issue. But I want to say this to you. Teachers who have built relationship or who have been able to raise their relationship with their student to a particular level don't have issues like that. You know why? The kids get home. I'm speaking from my own personal angle. I can't remember the last time I actually asked my kids to do their homework. You know why? There's always a teacher who actually doesn't flog or doesn't punish, but has been able to communicate something to them, and they don't just want to do it for doing sake, they are doing it because there's a teacher in class. We must be able to increase, we must be able to push our value, our self-worth. We must be able to actually get to the level in which our students revere us. You give an instruction, they do it just because they love you. And I'll close with this story. This story I'm about to share with you is in my book, The Vitamins for the Mind. For those of you who really want to become very transformational as teachers, I'll strongly recommend that book for you. A lot of stories you can share with your students, stories that will impact you and inspire you also as teachers. Harvard University sent their best psychology students to a ghetto in Baltimore in the United States. And what happened was, when 20 of them, they came back with just one report. The study was to go and carry out a research on some 200 boys who were living in that ghetto. And by the time they concluded their research, they came back with a common report. And guess what the report was? None of those boys, based on their situation, based on their condition, none of them has got a chance to succeed in life. None. 20 years after, another professor from the same university, the same department, stumbled upon the files of the research conducted so many years ago, now decided to go and locate those 200 boys. Luckily enough, he was able to locate 186 out of the 200. And this was what he actually found out. Out of 186, a huge number became doctors, lawyers, accountants. Some of them have actually become governors, quite successful. And he became very annoyed and angry. How could this be? 20 years ago, our students conducted a research, did a study on you guys, and you guys didn't have any opportunity to succeed in life. How did you guys do it? He was able to interview about 120 of them, and guess what they all said? They gave one answer without discussing with each other. And you know what the answer was? One teacher. It got to a point he became more annoyed. What about this one teacher? I met this person, one teacher, this other person, one teacher, that other person, one teacher. What did this teacher do? Luckily enough, the woman was still alive. Was able to identify the woman, locate the woman, and explain what has happened. What magic did you do? And you know what she said? She said, I just love those boys. I need you to write this down. Teaching is love made visible. Teaching is love made visible. I put it to you guys, what shouting, what caning, what suspension, what punishment cannot do, love will do it. I say this, if you take love from what you do, what you're going to have at the end of the day is nothing but low self-esteem. One thing I say to parents also is, if there's any gift parents owe their kids, is nothing but what? Self-esteem. And it starts with you loving the child, unconditional love. If a child is struggling with a particular with a particular subject or struggling in a particular area, that is the time to show the child love. And you know what actually happens at the end of the day? They will always want to make you happy. I love the fact that Abigail said that you must make the teacher happy, all right? Now, we must get to that level and ensure that our students actually start behaving right. So, to recap all of this, what is the glue that actually ensures that we fix critical behavioral issue in the classroom? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Positive relationship. Who you are makes all of the difference in the classroom. All right? Can you put your hands together for yourselves? I hope you're getting value out of this. You're getting value out of these sessions. So, having fixed the classroom, the management of the classroom, the next thing we're going to look at is, we're going to be looking at for this session is, we're going to look at something very vital, very important also, that will actually enhance our ability to do more and create a level playing ground for all of our students, and more importantly, for us to actually know the individual differences of our students. So, we are going to be looking at what is called all right. I want to begin by asking this question. Have you ever seen situation? Of course, you've seen. Of course, you've been in circumstances where, as a teacher, a child on the speech and prize giving day, a particular child keeps on winning all of the awards. Have you seen situations like that before? And to us, that child is, of course, that child is the best. True of us. Yes. We've seen instances where the child, you see, before the child gets to the seat, another, you're calling the name, and it looks as if, and parents who are in attendance will look at their children. and some parents even say to their children, you are older than him. He doesn't have 2 heads. Yes, give me some. Are you not in the same class? That is your mate. I will show, as a matter of fact, no more DSTV subscription. I will seize all of your toys. Now, I'm going to show us the reason for that. And not until we actually have a shift as a system, not until we actually have a shift in mindset, in our approach as educators, this will continue to play out. The concept I quickly want to share with us is called the theory of multiple intelligence. Because of time, going by the time now, I only have about 1 hour more, and it's not sufficient for us to do what we want to do today. So tomorrow, as much as we can, Mr. Emery, please. The time is very short. I'm just trying to. I couldn't go through the slide because of time. So please, as against next, so that we have a lot of time to discuss, and let's 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours. We know we've done real work. All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So we're looking at the theory of multiple intelligence. Please, I need us to pay attention to this. You're going to learn something valuable from what we're about looking at. And the reason why you need to listen very well is I'm going to group task at the end of this class or at the end of this session. Now, what does the theory of multiple intelligence actually suggest? What is it all about? How should learning? You need my attention? Are we okay? We're okay. All right. Break. No break. No break. What break? Are you not tired of break? No break. No break. No. Nope. Eh? Yes. Students. No break. No. What else, guys? Now, if you take 10 minutes from my time, I don't have any time left. Okay, if we take 10 minutes from our time, no time, we won't have any time. Wait. We have a very short time. This time is not enough. I'm just rushing through. So please, don't me, all right? Because if we go on break, 20 minutes, we're not back. No, we can't be. But I know it works. It's not doing work. So, which session? Am I done? Can you go around and do that? Can you just go around and do that? Just you alone. The HOD should do that. One house, please. One house. For the sake of this, I'm actually, where this is our class, right? And teachers and students must be in on the same page. So please understand, all right? I understand with you, the break is very important. And also, this is also very important. So let's reach a win-win situation, all right? We will leave by 4. Is that okay? Yeah. No, the arrangement, you came late. No, yes. You came about 4:50 something, yes? I mean, you came about at about 1 house. Wait. Before we started, I craved your indulgence. And what did I say? I said we didn't start at 1:30, right? We didn't start at 1:45. We did. Okay, no problem. We started 1:45, so by 4 we'll leave. I was thinking we'll leave by 4:35, but no problem. We'll leave by 4. All right. So guys, I'm going to rush through this so that we can leave. We have just barely, 1 hour thereabout. So please, I crave your indulgence for this, okay? Now, give me attention. Do you still like me? No, you have to like me. I like you. So please like me, okay? Now, I'll rush through this because of time. Now, the school approach to intelligence is too narrow. The school system focuses more on just 2 intelligences, which is logical and what? Linguistic. Meanwhile, we have 8 intelligences. Now, the challenge is if a child or if a student is not proficient or does not have strength in these 2 areas of focus, what then actually happens to the child or the other kids who have other intelligences? Now, the whole idea is not to change what you do as a school, but you as a teacher, you must be abreast with this information. It will give you insight on how you can better differentiate. Because what we find in systems or in classroom is simply the one cap fits all. And I will always say that as a teacher, you cannot do more if you don't know more. You cannot do more than what you know. So I'm going to rush through this. I will not spend so much time on this simply because of time. We have to leave here by 4. Yes, now, what is, I thought we've said to this. We said, all right, so we're looking at the theory of multiple intelligence and how to differentiate instruction. So first thing first, multiple intelligence suggests that the traditional notion of what? Read with me, everybody, let's go. 1, 2, 3, let's go. In unison, 1, 2, 3, let's go. It's far too limited. Far too limited. And if this actually continues, we're going to have a problem. we will not appreciate the strength, we will not appreciate the uniqueness of kids who do not actually major or function in just these two narrow parts. Now, we have 8 intelligences. The first is linguistic. And the meaning of linguistic intelligence has to do with the person in question is word smart. They are good with words. They are very good with letters. Now that I've said word smart, I need you to give me example of people in our society or around the world who actually falls into this category. Can you give me one person? Lawyers, someone like Wole Soyinka, people like, is that what? Chimamanda, and they are word smart. You said, President, don't say that. No, I'm not, I didn't say. If now, just mention one president now, you will prove it. All right. All right. The next is logical mathematical intelligence. It has to do with number and reasoning smart. And each and every one of us here, we actually have strengths. We actually have an intelligence in which we major in. Now, who do you think fall into the category in our society? Who are some of those people? I know you will say it. I know you. I'm looking at it. I know. Give me more. Those who are actually good. Albert Einstein. Isaac Newton. They actually fall on this category. The next is spatial intelligence. These guys are picture smart. And when we talk about picture smart, artists fall under this category. Bodily kinesthetic, they are body smart. Athletes, football players, the Usain Bolt of this world, they fall in this category. Musical intelligence, music smart. Give me an example. Huh? Miss Anna. Oh, we have. You see what I'm talking about? Now, interpersonal intelligence, they are people smart. PROs, people who know how to negotiate, they fall into this category. Intrapersonal intelligence, philosophers. The Aristotle, the Socrates of the world, they fall under this category. And the last but not the least, the naturalist intelligence, they are nature smart. Give me an example. Give me an example, please. Who came with the evolution of, what's the name of this guy who came with the evolution of Charles Darwin, those in that category. So these are the 8 intelligences we actually have. Now, this is just a picture to depict what I just talked about. Now, can we read what we actually have on the screen? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Why? Because I am not linguistically intelligent or logically intelligent. And this is a problem most students are facing in the classroom every day. We put the pressure on them because they're not good with numbers, they're not good at anything. They're not good with letters, they're not good at anything. Forgetting that, your role as a teacher is to first identify what the intelligence of a child is, and now to use that intelligence to channel whatever you want to teach towards its direction. Next, it suggests that, multiple intelligence suggests that, teachers be trained to present their lessons in what? A wide variety of ways, using what? Music, cooperative learning, art activities, role play, multimedia, field trips, inner reflection, and so much. Now, the beginning of the success of every lesson starts with where? Starts where? Starts where? It starts with your lesson plan, true or false? Now, in planning your lesson, it is essential that you do what? That you begin this differentiation from the lesson plan. I always say this, the most important part of a lesson, sir, is your lesson plan. But Nigerian teachers hardly use the lesson plan. We design the lesson plan to fulfill all righteous HOD. Just have it. I will do what I want to do. But what I say is this, you can't build a house without having a blueprint, true or false? So I say to you, you cannot teach efficiently or effectively without you having a plan. Your plan is very important. And I know whether you are going to differentiate or you are going to meet the needs of your students by going through your plan. So this is what it suggests. You look at various pathways in which you can communicate what you're about teaching. That is where real teaching actually begins from. Now, most times when we teach, we do not accommodate the needs of all of the learners in the class. It's only a few that benefit. And most times we are surprised at the result, at the final outcome, at the end of the day. Why are you surprised? You can't be surprised. What you are teaching does not resonate with my strength. I don't understand what you are saying. How many of us have tried several to explain a concept to some student or a particular student, and after all we've done, we still get a different result? We find ourselves in a situation like now, saying that there are exceptional cases where a child actually has certain learning disabilities like the autism, ADD, ADHD, dyslexia, and those stuff. Those are exceptional cases. You have 1 out of 20 or 2 out of 20. But what about those who don't have learning disabilities? The next is one of the most remarkable feature of the theory of multiple engineering is how it provides 8 potential pathways to learning. If a teacher is finding it difficult to reach a student in a more traditional, linguistic, or logical ways of instruction, the theory suggests that several other ways in which the material be presented to facilitate effective learning. Now, let me share something with us, guys. If your learning or your lesson is just one way, if it does not accommodate minimum 4 or 5 pathways, you've not done justice. And that's why at times, when I go through lesson, when I'm doing class round, I'm doing teacher's evaluation, I see lesson plan and I laugh. And you want to ask me why I laugh? You see teachers will write lesson objective. Students, no, now, you see the objective, students will learn this. Students will do this. Now look at the how, on how the students will learn those objectives. Guess what you will see? Student activity. Student will sit down and listen attentively. Student will listen to the teacher. And I'm like, should they be jumping up? Am I making sense? It's normal. So if you look at what teachers actually do, quite a number of students are being disadvantaged, and we wonder why they are not improving. The reason why they are not doing well or they cannot do well is simply because we're not meeting their needs. We're not resonating with their strength. We're not actually synchronizing with their intelligence. And the next thing is, you don't have to teach or learn something in 8 different ways. Just see what the possibilities are and then decide which particular pathways interest you the most or seem to be the most effective teaching tool or learning tool. Now, having known what multiple intelligence is, or having know what the intelligences are, the next is, how do you as teachers begin to differentiate your instruction, begin to differentiate your method, begin to actually ensure that in presenting a lesson, it's not just one way. How do we begin to actually do this? It's very critical and leads us to the next one. Can we all read this? Everybody, let's go. And this is what the school system does. So many students see themselves as stupid. Why? We're trying to make them learn in a way that does not fit them. We're trying to make them learn in a way that is actually off their strength or their capacity to actually retain or store information. And we want to watch a video, but because of time, studio, please.
Free. It will live its whole Today on trial we have modern day schooling. Glad you could come. Not only does he make fish climb trees, but also makes them climb down and do a 10-mile run. Tell me, school, are you proud of the things you've done? Turning millions of people into robots, do you find that fun? Do you realize how many kids relate to that fish swimming upstream in class, never finding their gifts, thinking they are stupid, believing they are useless? Well, the time has come, no more excuses. I call school to the stand and accuse him of killing creativity, individuality, and being intellectually abusive. He's an ancient institution that has outlived his usage. So, Your Honor, this concludes my opening statement, and if I may present the evidence of my case, I will prove it. Proceed. Exhibit A. Here's a modern day phone. Recognize it? Here's a phone from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Stay with me. Here's a car from today. And here's a car from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Well, get this. Here's a classroom of today. And here's a class we used 150 years ago. Now ain't that a shame? In literally more than a century, nothing has changed. Yet you claim to prepare students for the future? But with evidence like that, I must ask, do you prepare students for the future or the past? I did a background check on you and let the record show that you were made to train people to work in factories, which explains why you put students in straight rows, nice and neat, tell them sit still, raise your hand if you want to speak, give them a short break to eat, and for 8 hours a day tell them what to think. Oh, and make them compete to get an A. A letter which determines product quality, hence grade A of meat. I get it. Back then times were different. We all have a past. I myself am no Gandhi. But today we don't need to make robot zombies. The world has progressed. And now we need people who think creatively, innovatively, critically, independently, with the ability to connect. See, every scientist will tell you that no two brains are the same. And every parent with 2 or more children will confirm that claim. So please explain why you treat students like cookie cutter frames or snapback hats, giving them this one-size-fits-all crap. Watch your language. Sorry, Your Honor, but if a doctor prescribed the exact same medicine to all of his patients, the results will be tragic. So many people will get sick, yet when it comes to school, this is exactly what happens, this educational malpractice, where one teacher stands in front of 20 kids, each one having different strengths, different needs, different gifts, different dreams, and you teach the same thing the same way? That's horrific. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant should not be acquitted. This may be one of the worst criminal offenses ever to be committed. And let's mention the way you treat your employees. Objection. Overruled. I want to hear this. It's a shame. I mean, teachers have the most important job on the planet, yet they're underpaid? No wonder so many students are short-changed. Let's be honest. Teachers should earn just as much as doctors, because a doctor can do heart surgery and save the life of a kid, but a great teacher can reach the heart of that kid and allow him to truly live. See, teachers Teachers are heroes that often get blamed, but they're not the problem. They work in a system without many options or rights. Curriculums are created by policymakers, most of which have never taught a day in their life. Just obsessed with standardized tests. They think bubbling in a multiple choice question will determine success. That's outlandish. In fact, these tests are too cruel to be used and should be abandoned, but don't take my word for it. Take Frederick J. Kelly, the man who invented standardized testing, who said, and I quote, "These tests are too cruel to be used and should be abandoned." Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if we continue down this road, the results will be lethal. I don't have much faith in school, but I do have faith in people. And if we can customize healthcare, cars, and Facebook pages, then it is our duty to do the same for education, to upgrade and change and do away with school spirit, because that's useless. Unless we're working to bring the spirit out of each and every student, that should be our task. No more Common Core. Instead, let's reach the core of every heart in every class. Sure.
A dog, a bird, and an elephant to climb a tree. Which of these animals do you think will come first? We can argue that, right? The bird will come first. Who will come second? The monkey will come second. Why? Who will come last? No. Remember I made mention of a fish, right? Who will come last? The fish. Now, this accounts for the reason for the first position, second position, and the last position. You know why? Our assessment is what? Ma? Okay, the assessment is climbing the tree. Now, the assessment we do in most cases is just testing for what? Logical and so there need to actually be a change. Now, it's so funny that in the 21st century, assessment in schools is still test, exam, continuous assessment. The world has actually gone. There are 21st century ways of actually assessing so that you can actually encourage, at the same time, discover what the abilities of some children are. Case in point, there's what is called performance assessment or performance task. If you see the sample of some of my report card, it's not conventional. Why? Exam is just about 40% or 50%. We have PBL. We're going to be looking at PBL tomorrow. We have end of units reflection. Now, all of these have been designed in such a way that every child actually has a strength in something or in an area, as against just focusing on maths and English. And what actually happens at the end of the day, those who are good with maths and with English, of course, they will do well in other subject area, and those who don't actually have strength. I always say, I also say this also. Have you realized that the most important skill our students need is comprehension skill? Should I come again? The most important skill they need in schooling is comprehension. True or false? What do you need to pass civics? Talk to me. What do you need to pass science? What do you need to actually pass geography? If a child does not do what? Comprehend, the child will not be able to do anything. But guess what the challenge is? If that skill is the most vital, I say to you, how much time do you have for that in your timetable? Should I come again? I came back from Kano yesterday, and I went for a training, of course. And I asked them, how many times do you have comprehension, reading on your timetable? Most schools have one. I've not seen yours anyway. Most schools have ones. And I laugh. You people are not serious. And the problem we actually have is this. We give the same priority, not you now. It might be you also, I don't know. Hope is different. Hope I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you guys, right? Okay, yours is different. I need to see. Huh? I will. Now, the point I'm trying to make is we must be able to actually devote our attention, give more time to the foundation of other subjects, which is literacy. My passion and my heart cry now is for schools to give more priority to literacy, because literacy is the mother of all subjects. I say this also, if literacy is weak, every other subject will suffer. And here's the point. A child who cannot write, a child who cannot read, if you look at the proportion, before now, acquisition of knowledge used to be 50%, while making meaning is 30%. Making meaning or making sense, M. And I'm going to explain this to us pretty soon. And the last one, which is 20%, which is called transfer. But in 1954, when Benjamin Bloom's came up with the Bloom's taxonomy, it actually changed. The proportion changed, and now it's no longer transfer 20%. Transfer is now 50% among the goals of learning, meaning 30%, acquisition accounts for just 20%. So, while we're actually teaching, the end goal or the biggest goal of learning or teaching should focus on transfer. And I always say this, that before your student can transfer knowledge, it must make sense to them. Many of us went to the university to learn or earn certificate for what didn't make sense. It was after we graduated, we now discovered that, oh, this was what this person was saying. Oh, okay, I understand now. Back then, it didn't make sense. Because it wasn't contextual. It doesn't resonate with what you're actually learning. So, making meaning is making knowledge acquired make sense. And how do we actually make knowledge make sense? By making use of enough visual aids or instructional materials. Now, once you're able to get to this level, then the next thing is transfer. How does this actually resonate with content? In the delivery of content, your end goal should be, my students must be able to actually transfer knowledge. It's not just enough for them to know. What would they be able to do with the knowledge acquired? That is where transfer actually comes to play or comes to bear. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at PBL. We're going to see how this actually works. If your school does not engage in what I call STEM on PBL, what you guys are only doing is what your students are only acquiring, they're only acquiring information. And that is why our society is what it is today. So many graduates are useless. 7 years, 5 years, 6 years, 4 years in the university, nothing to write home about. You know why? They went to acquire this. Case in point, have you realized somebody who went to a boot camp for 6 months to learn computer engineering, and somebody who went to the university to study computer engineering for 4 years, they cannot be placed on the same level? You know what makes the difference? One went to acquire knowledge for knowing. The other went to acquire knowledge for doing. So as a school, as teachers, we must be able to shift our focus and get to this level of transfer. And how do we actually ensure we actually get transfer? We get to the last one, which is the product. Show me whether how do I know whether your students will be able to transfer knowledge in the real world? Show me your assessment. Show me your methodology, talking about your process, and I will tell you whether you guys are there or not. If I see the quality of your assessment, what you guys are actually doing, how you guys try to develop critical thinking skills in them, then I'm able to say whether you guys are focused on transfer or not. The truth is, learning in most situations or in most cases ends in acquisition, which is not enough. If all we do is just to stop here or stop here and they don't transfer, it is wasted knowledge. That should be the new drive. That should be the new goal. And by the time we actually do this, we begin to actually accommodate all of the learning styles. We begin to actually address the 8 intelligences. You know why? When it comes to this, it's no longer based on theory. It's no longer based on what the child can actually put down on paper, although that is important. But what is more important is, I'll give us an example. A subject like English. Students are going on excursion. Right? And we've taught them letter writing. Please, who should write the letter for excursion? Talk to me. But who writes the letter? So what have you done? So what we prepare them for is to pass exam. But to function in the real world, it's not there. We teach physics in our school, right? We teach chemistry. And the sound system, I know. You say, well, this is, I know, yeah, I'm just talking, I'm just giving an example. You know, I'm just giving an example. The microphone of the school gets spoiled. Who should fix the microphone? But who does the fixing? A maintenance team, or you get someone from the outside to come and do what? To come up. Now, we're contradicting ourselves. At the end of the day, what are we doing? Our goal must be on how we can actually move from just acquiring knowledge, teaching with all of the aids, to what? Transfer. I can go on and on and on and on to give you example on how we can actually shift it up some notches up. The focus must be this. And conclusively, before I give us our task, a group task to do, you must actually notice that your students, there are 2 ways we actually, there's something I actually wanted to show us here. I wish the screen was actually on. And it's a video, but I can't do that now because the projector is off. However, I'm going to send these materials out. Now, the last part of this is, once you finish doing all of this, ensuring that you differentiate. Now, let's go through it again. What are the 3 parts you differentiate as a teacher? Number 1, let's go. I can't hear you. Number 2. Number 3. When I mean product, I'm talking about the final outcome, talking about the assessment at the end of the day. The assessment should vary. The assessment should actually have different ways. Also, the same way you've used your methodology. Your methodology has to do with your process. And content has to do with what? Has to do with interpreting the curriculum. Last thing I actually want to share with us is this. Once you're able to do this, we must be able to actually build a classroom, create a classroom where your students will actually call home. And how do you do this? Write this down. How do you build a classroom that your students will call home? The first thing is, or 2 parts to it is, physical setting and emotional setting. Physical setting, emotional setting. For us as a school, we're going to have an A1 when it comes to physical, lovely classrooms. But the most important thing, more important than that is the emotional setting. And what does the emotional setting say? Emotional settings has to do with everything we've been talking about from the onset of this class, talking about our relationship, our love for our students, how we treat them, how we care for them, and most importantly, how we're able to build trust. Finally, let me share this with you. How do you know you are a transformative teacher? You know you're a transformative teacher when your students start confiding in you, when your students start trusting in you, when your students start keeping secret with you, when your students start sharing things, their feelings with you, knowing fully well that you can help them out at the end of the day. I'm going to give us a task. Our time is gone. Just 3:45. Tomorrow, that's going to be the first thing we're going to do. Please, Mr. David, can you help me give? It's supposed to be a group work. Sir, please, how many minutes do I have left? I'm not talking to you. That's 7 minutes. Not this. No, this. Yeah, please, can you help me share out, please? All right, you know what you're going to do? In 7 minutes, I need you as a team. Since you're working with as a team, it's going to be faster. Now, it's a multiple intelligence lesson plan. I need you guys to think through. Think of any topic at all, any subject. I need you to design a plan. Now, use one. I need you to use one. Every other tool you have there is for, you can keep it, but use one for your group work. Your time starts now. Think of any subject. Think of any subject. Working together, think of any subject, pick a topic, and I need you to do justice to this. Very fast, you have less than 5 minutes. I need us to put on our thinking cap. It's a group work, please. The whole idea is think of any subject, pick a topic, and you look at the intelligences and the approaches, the activities, and the tools in which you're going to teach or run the lesson. Do we all understand? You don't understand? Now, here is the point. Think of, you can pick any subject, any topic from any subject. Now plan a lesson using the 8 intelligences. We're looking at the approach, we're looking at the activities and the tools you're going to use to deliver this lesson. You're working together as a team, it's not individual, and that's why it has to be fast. Can you come closer? Now for everybody, listen. Think of any topic from any subject. You're working together as a team. Now use this tool to actually plan a lesson for these 8 intelligences. You're working together. You're working together. It's not individual. Take water. Take water. As a group, you're working together as a team. It's a group work. Mrs. Kolawole is here, so you guys go on, just relax. Do we all understand? You get it? Yes, come on. You're working together as a team, so you should be faster. Everybody should be able to come up with ideas. Guy, I think.
No, she knows where I'm coming. They launched it. Yes.
Please, we have 2 minutes more. Please, the book I announced earlier is going round. Please, they want to take us short. I said they're taking us short. You want to take us short? Okay. Well, isn't it? It's small, right? So I'll bring it up tomorrow then. All right, we have a minute more. Now, guys, our time is up. But please, tomorrow, primary teachers, when we come together, can we maintain this seating arrangement? Can you do that? So that we're going to discuss on this. Now, if you can't do this, everything we've learned today is going to go down the drain. But if you actively participate in this, then it means you've internalized the process. While planning for your lesson, you can be able to make some input based on what we've looked at. Everybody's going to go with a copy each, so that while you're planning for your lesson, you can actually make reference to it. So please, tomorrow, whatever you've done, come with it tomorrow. We're going to start from this point, from this juncture tomorrow. I want to say thank you very much. Please, the book, I have the book here. Ensure you pick your copy. We have less than 20 copies. Please ensure you do yours before the end of today. Thank you very much. I'll see us tomorrow.
A round of applause to Mr. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. very wonderful and busy day for us all. We pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bless whatever we have learned, and we pray that He will give us the grace to put this into practice. The HODs will be checking us out. At the same time, the refreshment will be outside there. Mr. Idris will be coordinating. Please ensure that you get checked out while you take your refreshment before you leave. Tomorrow we'll be meeting again, inshallah. Tomorrow's program goes like this. The secondary school will be having their morning session with Mr. Popola, and after that, we'll be coming in for the final stage of Mr. Popola's presentation. At the same time, we are going to have alumni department making presentation, and from the alumni department, it will be closing ceremony for tomorrow. So Mr. Popola will be taking 1.5 period. After that, alumni department, and then it will be followed by the closing ceremony. Please ensure you get checked out, and then your refreshment. Thank you, and good night to every one of us. Thank you.